So good morning, everyone. We are live from Council Chambers this morning. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and Council will take direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yep. I see no changes, so I'll move adoption of the February 3rd public hearing agenda.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Seeing none. Explanation of the public hearing. Okay. Before I do that, I will also set up some expectations for speakers. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or at other public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotional response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, or once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now to the explanation of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who register to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panel. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer light on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, there is a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time to hear from your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21034 to amend the Southwest District Plan, Bylaw 21035 to amend the Windermere Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 21036 to amend the Glenridding Heights Neighborhood Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21037 to allow for large-scale facilities that provide community services, Glenridding Heights?
In favor, we have Ron Henricks to answer questions only from Stantec, and Khalid Saleh to answer questions only. Innovate Rod is in person, and Khalid is joining virtually. Khalid, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 21038 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Stillwater?
In favor, Christine Lee to answer questions only Qualico communities in person. Thank you for joining us. Jamie Kitlarchuk to answer questions only Qualico communities in person. Thank you for joining us. And Chris Davies to answer questions only Davies Consulting in person. Thank you for joining us. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.6, 21039 to amend the zoning bylaw 2001, Graysbach Low Density Residential Flex Zone, Graysbach?
In favor, Om Joshi to answer questions only WSP Canada joining remotely. Om, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. And Anjali Vargyazi to answer questions only Canada Lands Company joining remotely.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us, and no one is in opposition.
Item 3.7, Bylaw 21040 to allow for a range of small-scale housing, River's Edge. Is there anyone here to speak to that item?
Sorry, in favor, Christine Lee to answer questions only from Qualico Development in person. And Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only Qualico Communities joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. No one is in opposition.
Items 3.8 and 3.9 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21041 to amend the Edgemont Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21042 to allow for smaller scale parks and amenities and infrastructure systems and facilities that provide a public benefit and a range of small to medium scale housing, Edgemont?
In favor, we have Ron Henricks to answer questions only from Stantec, Kristen Lee to answer questions only Qualico Communities in both all in person. Jamie Kitlarchuk to answer questions only as well, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 3.10, Bylaw 21033 to allow for a range of medium to high density housing, parks and infrastructure systems and facilities, Blatchford?
In favor, we have Om Joshi to answer questions only joining remotely from WSP Canada, and Tom Lumsden to answer questions only City of Edmonton joining remotely. Tom, are you there?
Good morning. Yep.
Thank you. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.11, bylaw 21032, to allow for medium-scale housing Windsor Park?
In favor, we have William Ian to answer questions only. BM Homes Limited in person. There you are. Thank you so much for joining us. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.12, bylaw 21017, zoning bylaw text amendments to implement landscape securities process changes?
In favor, Jan Hardstaff, Park Ellen Community League, joining remotely. Jan, are you there? No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw item 3.13, bylaw 21018, to allow for small-scale commercial centers, Anthony Henday site?
We have in favor Tony Solopek, Soloco Development Limited in person. Tony, you here? Thank you. And Karen Solopek, Soloco Development Limited in person. Not here? Okay. And Yan Jian Lu to answer questions only in person or remote. Yan Jian Lu? Nope. And in opposition, we have Barbara Jean Lake Ramnath in person. There you are. Thank you. And Kathy Carey.
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Right. Anyone here to speak to item 3.14, bylaw 20999, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Strathcona?
In favor, we have Lee Kinsella, Belgian Development in person. Thank you for joining us. Jeff Booth, Situate Inc. in person. Thank you. Chelsea Jersak, Situate Inc. in person. Remote, okay. Croy Johnston to answer questions only, Belgian Development remote.
Hello.
Jacob Duong joining remote. Jacob. And Ryan Yogg joining remotely. Ryan.
Hello.
Thank you. And in opposition, we have Amy Dezou, remote. Amy? Oh, you're in person? Oh, okay. Okay. Carrie Brown, in person?
We received an authorization from Carrie. There will be Aria Buznik speaking on Carrie's behalf.
Are they on the list?
We have added them. We'll reprint you a list. We're taking some morning registrations. We'll reprint you one.
Okay. Brenda White, in person? Thank you. Tyler Yaremko, remote? Oh, you're in person? Okay. Waltrod Grenor, in remote?
Good morning.
Thank you. Mark Pearson, in person? Thank you. Daryl Mysek, remote?
Good morning.
Thank you. Corey Brown is registered twice. So I'll take that off. Lee Marsden, remote? Lee Marsden? Oh, there you are. Thank you. In person. Leslie McMillan, remote or in person? Leslie, are you there? Okay, we'll call the names again. And Livio Fent, in person? Thank you.
Mayor, I do have one more in opposition to add, Maria McGrath.
Maria McGrath.
Yes, we will reprint you a list.
Is Maria McGrath here in person? Thank you. Yeah, just let the clerk know your name, and we will update the list. Don't worry. We'll make sure that your name is added to the list. Okay. That is it for folks to speak. Now selections. Okay. Selection for bylaws. Colleagues? Councillor Rice?
I would like to select 3.13, also would like to move forward for this because this is an
Yeah,
unfinished item
I'll come to that.
from
Yeah, I'll
from
come-
last
yeah, yes, I'll come to that.
time.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I'd like to select 3.14. I also just have questions on 3.11.
3.11. Got questions to,
Administration.
okay, got it. 312 is Jan, hard staff there?
3.12. Although if there's no opposition, I'm not sure if the,
I'll check again if Jan, hard staff.
if the speaker's not here and there's no opposition, I don't need to select it, but I can if the speaker insists.
I don't think the speaker is joining us at this time.
Okay, then I don't need 312, just
Okay,
the other two.
okay. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I actually I've got questions for admin on 312.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mayor, could someone select items 3.8 and 3.9 simply so we can deal with a request to refer?
Okay, 3.8, 3.9. Would want to select that so we can,
I'll select that, Mayor Sohi.
okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Okay. So we have selected 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, 3.12, 3.13, 3.14. Councillor Cartmel. But they need to be selected in order to be referred back. So we will come to that once we have dealt with the rest of the stuff. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I'll move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, and 3.10.
Second.
Yeah, 3.10, yeah, sorry. I missed that one. Thank you. Thank you. A second by Councillor Rice? Yeah. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of those aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of those same aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of those aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 21034, Bylaw 21035, Bylaw 21036, Bylaw 21037, Bylaw 21038, Bylaw 21039, Bylaw 21040, and Bylaw 21033.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I'll go to Councillor Hamilton for 3.8 and 3.9 for referral.
Yeah, I'll move that items 3.8 and 3.9 be referred back to administration and returned to a future city council public hearing. And for clarity online, that's bylaws 21041 and 21042.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mayor, would you mind if we, administration has suggested there should be a bit of wording in there for such the reason for the referral to correct errors in the bylaw, if that is amenable to Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So we have 311, 312, 313, 314, right? Remaining?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And 313, 314 were at last council meeting, so they were not, we were not able to deal with them, so we will deal with them first. So I'll go to Councillor Rice to bring forward 3.13, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I move to, bring forward for the 3.13, 3.17.
No, we'll deal with 3.13 at this. We'll deal with 3.1, bring forward 3.13, 3.13.
Three, only,
Yeah.
one item only,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So there is no 3.14.
We will deal with that as a second item, right? Okay.
Okay.
Good.
So the both.
So we can both, good,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Please vote. Sorry, we need a seconder? Seconder? Councillor Carmel, okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are going to go to Bylaw 21018 to allow for small-scale commercial centers, Anthony Henday South, which was postponed at the January 24th, 2025 City Council public hearing. We'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone the subject site in the Anthony Henday South neighborhood from the direct control zone to the neighborhood commercial CN zone to allow for a small-scale commercial center. Next slide, please. The site is located on the corner of 111th Street and 9th Avenue, just north of Anthony Henday Drive. It is surrounded by the transportation utility corridor on 3 sides. Transit is available along 111th Street, and the future Twin Brooks LRT station is within a 2-minute walk from the subject site. Next slide, please. The current DC zone was approved in 2006 and allows for a limited range of health services and office support uses. The proposed CN zone would expand the list of permitted uses to include additional commercial, community services, and limited residential uses, and would increase the maximum height from 10 to 12 meters. Next slide, please. As part of public engagement for this application, administration reached out to residents using a mailed notice, site signage, and information was posted on the city's webpage. 8 people were heard from, and all were in opposition. Residents were concerned about late-night businesses, increased crime, traffic, building heights, and lack of notification. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the city plan goal to create a community of communities and helps achieve a 15-minute community that allows people to easily complete their daily needs. It does so by introducing additional community and commercial uses to an established commercial site that is well connected by transit and within walking distance of residential areas. This proposal also aligns with the Whitemount district plans, which designates the sites as urban mix. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it provides additional commercial and community opportunities for the neighborhood, is compatible with the surrounding land uses, and it aligns with the goals and policies of the city plan by contributing to a 15-minute community that allows people to easily complete their daily needs. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to call upon folks signed in favor. Tony Slopek, please come down. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I know Karen Slopek is not joining us. I will check if Yan Liu is joining us. No? Yeah. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I know you were here at the last meeting as well. And thank you for waiting. Please go ahead.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank Mayor Sohi and our fellow councillors for giving me the opportunity to speak regarding our present bylaw rezoning application. I, Tony Salopek, am one of the owners of Salco Developments, and I'm here to promote changing our highly restricted DC2 zoning to a CN zoning. All that we're asking for is that our present zoning be changed to allow our building to be more successful. We believe that all the uses found in the CN zoning are legitimate businesses which can be found in any neighborhood in Edmonton where needed general services can be provided to local residents. In other words, we feel that a CN zoning is compatible with the goals and policies of the city plan by contributing to a 15-minute community that allows people to access commercial and community services for individuals and families to complete their daily needs. With the latter in mind, I should mention that the Twin Brooks Professional Center is the only commercial building in all of Twin Brooks, with the nearest commercial buildings being located on either 23 Avenue or on Elsie Road. We understand the concerns of the neighborhood in regard to increased crime and traffic, but the developments in Edmonton where CN zoning is allowed can make these claims. The residents in Running Creek will not be affected or see any increased amount of traffic because the nearest home in their neighborhood is about 75 meters from the back end of our property line and about 150 meters from the intersection of 111th Street and 9th Avenue. Again, we have one entry point and one exit point on 9th Avenue, just north of our property. And when one leaves our property, they will not enter into the Running Creek neighborhood because the latter simply leads to a dead-end cul-de-sac, and thus there will be no need for anyone to drive into this neighborhood. In regard to crime, there has not been a single event of any break-in entries onto our property over the past 7 years, and in fact, to any homes in the Running Creek neighborhood, as according to the Edmonton City of Police 2024 annual review. At present, our primary goal is to have a daycare allowed onto our premises, for which we already have over 30 potential applicants. By allowing us to have a daycare, our main floor would be completely filled in. But I need to stress the fact that we also need to have flexibility of having other potential tenants in the future, which can be found in the general CN category in the event that any of our present tenants are forced to leave due to unforeseen circumstances, such as another pandemic, President Trump's tariffs, or a business leaving for either financial or medical reasons. I should mention that we had lost already 2 viable, strong businesses due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, all that we're asking for is that we be treated fairly to make our businesses more successful by changing our present DC2 zoning to a CN zoning, because we'll be adding new and added amenities in the neighborhood. Lastly, I would like to thank you for your time, and I hope that the City Council will be in favor of changing our zoning, knowing the fact that the City of Edmonton Planning Department has been in agreement and has already approved our application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see if there are questions to you from council colleagues. Councillor Rice, you exempted this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you come here and for your presentation. So I do have a few questions on behalf of the constituents I represent in that area. So the first question, yes, my understanding right now, the building is currently used as a health professional center. And so the intent for this rezoning, I heard you mentioned a few things. Can you specifically at this point, what's intent? And you mentioned about the daycare. I believe community welcome that and then support that. And also you mentioned some potential future business use and under CN zone. So can you provide the few items and then for the planning purpose of the potential business use?
So as stated, the primary goal is to make the building a professional building, okay? Our intention is not to have a liquor store, convenience store, any other stores in the building. So as I told you before, we have over 30 potential candidates for the daycare. And as long as it goes through, the main floor will be completed. In fact, 3/4 of the second floor will also be completed. Our main concern is if something happens in either 5 years, 10 years, or whatever, we do not want to repeat the process again of reapplying for a rezoning application. As I stated, whether another pandemic occurs, or Trump's tariffs occur, or someone leaves because of medical reasons, we still would like to have the opportunity to either put whatever necessary, whether it's a convenience store, or a liquor store, a vape store, a marijuana store, whatever it takes to keep this project viable. And that's our main goal right now.
I understand that flexibility allows this type of potential business use, but the concern, the impact to the community, I would like to get a sense from you how you address is, because if this rezoning approved today, that means and for any additional business use to be added and will be allowed, permitted without any consultation with the residents around that area. So right now, that's his big concern I heard and from residents. And for any additional business added without any concern, what do you think that's impact and to the neighborhood?
At present, there is a convenience store and an Esso gas station, which is basically right across the street from our development. So it doesn't make any sense that you can have a convenience store at the corner and not to have it at our corner. It's not that I want a convenience store in this professional building. We're only expecting if something happens in the future, we just have viable options. Again, it is not our intention to have a convenience store or a liquor store there.
Yeah, so I understand at this point you intend, and so thank you very much for that. And in terms of 15 minutes, and then from this location to the closed store, and just right across the overpass bridge on Henday, but it actually is less than 15 minutes. So from that perspective, residents really concerned about, and so close a distance, less than 15 minutes, we build a larger commercial building in the neighborhoods. So can you explain a little bit more about that piece for the impact piece and for the neighborhoods?
Well, the general rule is that even if there was a convenience store there, okay, the whole purpose would be not to drive either on Ellerslie Road or 23 Avenue. If there's someone needed some milk or some eggs or juice or whatever, they can simply just walk to the store and get what they need, okay? The whole concept that we're trying to promote is keep convenience or essential services located just to the neighborhood. So they're not driving either to, like I said, Ellerslie Road or South Edmonton Commons to get their groceries in need of emergency things that they need.
Okay, I think that's my question to you, and I have more question and to other speakers and administration. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Slopik, I'm just wondering about the traffic congestion with people accessing the site off of 9th Avenue, like with a daycare. I'm sure there's, you know, busy times in the morning and in the evening. Is there going to be sufficient parking or whatever for pickup and drop-off?
Well, we have over 90 parking stalls in the entire building.
Okay.
So, as I mentioned before, there's an entry point and exit point just north of 9th Avenue. Okay. So they would come in on the first entry point, drop off the person at the corner, that's where the daycare will be situated, and then leave immediately outside 9th Avenue. So, again, none of the traffic that we see or foresee will be going into the Running Creek development because they are approximately 75 meters away from our property line because there is no need to go into the Running Creek area.
Okay, so just into the site and out again.
We also
Okay.
have parking
Perfect.
just behind this designated daycare if they want to stop, drop the child off, and then talk to the daycare providers.
Okay, and you've already made these arrangements or whatever for the daycare. I mean, I'm sure there's a need for it in the community. And so would that same sort of business case be done by any other business wanting to set up? Like, they would assess the need for that type of business in the community?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's not necessarily that they would bring in something that the community didn't need. It wouldn't be profitable for them, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Still taking?
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us. So DC 2 really limits your ability to attract new tenants, and your building has been vacant for a while, or partially vacant for a while,
That's correct.
right? And so primary tenant that you're looking at this time is a daycare.
Exactly. Again, this is a professional building,
Yeah.
okay? And that's our sole purpose, to make it professional. We do not want other agencies like, convenience stores or whatever. But again, I'm getting older. I don't know what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years.
So you just need that flexibility into the future.
That's all
You
we're
don't
asking for.
Yeah.
Okay? Our intention is not to have convenience store, liquor store, or whatever, even though we've had over probably 20 applicants for all those things.
Mhm.
Okay?
How long did it take for you to go through this process of rezoning?
5 years.
You've been working on this for
The main problem is that we had some difficulty with our engineering firm to allow for the actual approval of the daycare, knowing the fact that there were several pipelines in the backyard of our property.
Okay, so that's a different process, but I'll ask about the rezoning process with the
It's
city.
still been 5 years because our main goal was still to get the daycare. But because of the fact that our initial engineer failed to do the proper assessment, we just got delayed until we found a new engineering consultant who was actually able to prove to us that the neighborhood was safe to allow a daycare on site.
Okay, got it, okay, good. Thanks, appreciate it, thank you for joining us.
Chair back.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we conclude the questions with you. Thank you so much for joining us. You can stay there if you wish to, or you can step back into the Next, we will go to folks in committee members registered in opposition. Barbara Jean Lake Ramnath, please come down. Kathy Carey, joining remotely. Kathy Carey.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Okay. Yeah, I'll come to you. You'll be second speaker after we hear from Barbara Jean. So please go ahead.
I have a presentation. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councilors. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My husband and I have called Twin Brooks home for 24 years. Today, I am here to express my opposition to Solocal Development Limited's application to change the zoning of the Twin Brooks Professional Center from DC 2.677 to the neighborhood commercial. I urge you to table this vote and allow for proper community engagement before proceeding. Next slide, please. In 2002, the province of Alberta deemed this land excess to the transportation utility corridor and put it up for sale. The current site-specific zoning was established after hundreds of hours of meetings spearheaded by the Running Creek Zone Committee, an ad hoc committee of the Twin Brooks Community League, representing the residents on the east side of 111th Street from 2002 to 2006. We met with city planning, including Tim Ford, the late Councillor Brian Anderson, and Solocal Developments. This extensive collaboration resulted in zoning bylaw 14208 that was passed on March 9th, 2006, prioritizing health and professional services with daytime hours, reflecting the community's character and priorities. Next slide, please. The public engagement process for this application has been profoundly inadequate. Development Services claimed that public engagement included a mailed notice, site signage, and a web page. The next 2 slides, please. However, only 13 homes received written notice out of 2,273 homes in Twin Brooks, including the 175 homes directly affected on the east side of 111th Street. Out of 37 notices mailed, only 13 were to actual homeowners. In contrast, 471 notices were sent by the Planning Department in 2005 for a town hall meeting at George P. Nicholson School regarding this development, where 173 residents participated. Today, only half of 1% of the residents of Twin Brooks were notified, despite the magnitude of this proposed change. The Planning Department stated that they only heard from 8 residents, but declined to update that number when 10 more wrote into the city clerk and were published in council correspondence for January 24th, 2 more for today, and 7 emails that somehow didn't make it onto the council correspondence. That's 27 responses in opposition just by knocking on a few doors. Those neighbors that we spoke to are upset and angry that they were not notified. The statement that community engagement occurred is profoundly misleading. The next 3 slides, please. Additionally, the posted sign was poorly placed and illegible. You can see that visual evidence showing the sign is impossible to read from key vantage points. Without proper notification, how would residents even know to visit the city's webpage for information or look for information in the Edmonton Journal? This lack of transparency fails the basic standard of meaningful public consultation. Next slide, please. I was informed by planning that Solocal Developments intended to establish a childcare facility within the Twin Brooks Professional Center. Such a business has widespread support by residents as it addresses a clear community need and aligns with the health and professional services already permitted under DC 2.677. In fact, former members of the Running Creek Zone Committee met with Councillor Rice on November 21st, 2024, to ask her to meet with the planning coordination to ask if they would reach out to Solocal Developments with a proposal to amend the current zoning to include childcare services. Unfortunately for the community, Solocal rejected our proposal outright. Instead, they are seeking to remove the restrictions provided by the site-specific zone, opening the door to a broad range of uses that threaten noise, traffic congestion, and late-night disruptions that would be detrimental to the quality of life in Twin Brooks. Next slide, please. It is important to point out that Twin Brooks already has a vast selection of commercial and retail businesses within a 15-minute walk to the north of 23rd and to the south to Ellerslie Road. Next slide, please. This proposal zone change disregards the thoughtful planning that went into the DC 2.677 and the needs of the Twin Brooks residents. It's not a minor adjustment. It's a complete shift in how this property will impact our community. I respectfully urge you to table the vote of this application and direct administration to conduct comprehensive public engagement as was done in 2005 and 2006. Let us ensure that the future development of Twin Brooks Professional Centre aligns with the original intent of the site-specific zone to enhance the quality of life for residents through appropriate and compatible uses. Thank you. And sorry for the croaky voice.
No, thank you so much for joining us, and also thank you for waiting. I know you were here at the when we had to postpone this from the last meeting. Really appreciate that. You can either sit down if you want to. We're going to go to Kathy Carey next. Then we'll come back for questions from Council. Kathy Carey, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. The presentation that Barbara Jean just gave you pretty much is what I am going to tell you or say to you. But I'm new to this whole rezoning. When I moved here in 1999, and the initial consultations were had, and the end result being the DC2 zoning. That I was not a part of that. So I'm a newbie, and basically what I can tell you is that there definitely was a clear lack of consultation with the community. I did knock my another neighbor, and I knocked on 65 doors each, approximately, a couple of weekends ago, and many of the people that I spoke to were not aware of the application to change the zone. And so there definitely, from what I was told by the planner, only 60 meters was required to, the radius, notification radius was only 60 meters. I know that there may be a larger distance, 100-meter radius could have been possibly chosen to engage the community of this change. And I feel that this definitely needs to be referred back to administration so that all of my neighbors are aware of what potentially could move into the property. It's fine that Dr. Salpak or Salico Development, they would want to keep it professional, and but if that is sold to another developer, then our community faces cannabis, a cannabis store, liquor store, a bar, late night businesses that are not appropriate for our quiet community. So I encourage you to consider the referral back to administration for further consultation and engagement. And also, I have gone to the property for my pharmacy needs, and sometimes that is a very busy, the parking in the front is very busy. So there definitely, if there's a daycare, may need to be using parking in the back or even along the road, 9th Avenue. And I mean, I think the win-win solution here down the road is that we you know, it's always with so many changes in development that the communities always feel that they're not heard or dismissed or defeated, and so by allowing to amend the DC2 zone to allow appropriate businesses like the daycare or other daytime professional type businesses, that's a win-win for Salico Developments and for the community. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll go to questions from council colleagues. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you for two speakers from community. And thank you last time and sitting all day and in chamber. So today have opportunity to present your opinions. So then my first question goes to Bylaw, Jen. So from both of your speaking, talking about there is not sufficient community engagement and consultation, like back to 2005, 2006. It's the same site. It's the same site. It's the same development for that site. And then, but this time we'll have the significant change from your perspective. So from your speaking, and you would like to see the same level of engagement and as the last time. So that's my understanding, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And then the reason for that, and if it's only at the daycare, so I heard both of you suggested we just amend the current DC2 zone. But what you say this change is a significant change.
Correct. There's a large number of businesses that are allowed under the DC 2.677. Sorry. And to change that to the CN zoning then would allow for 24-hour businesses and a very broad spectrum of businesses. We would like to see the current DC2, which has a lot of possible businesses, amended. And we would like to have more community consultation. I don't know, just notifying 13 houses is not enough. It's not public engagement.
Okay, so with the scope expansion of the land use for the business, you feel not comfortable and just notify the 13 residents. And with the big change and you feel more comfortable, you would like to see this consultation goes to like broader community members.
Yes, the same way that we as a community came to an agreement and we negotiated back for the first DC 2.677. There was a lot of thought that went into that. There are a number of uses in that DC 2.677 that haven't been placed in that particular professional building. There's a lot of, but I have to point out that they have not used a professional real estate agent to lease that those spaces in the building. They're doing it in-house. So some of that may be due to the fact that they haven't ever engaged a professional real estate agent to lease the existing spaces.
Okay. So another point is you mentioned about the current DC2 zone already include some potential business uses. We do not need to update to the CN zone. And unless there's some on-say and business uses in the future could include, but the concern is about if we approve, but those consultation will not focus on this type of business use and underlined.
Right. Once it has been decided that it's a CN zone, there's no more ever. There will never ever be any more consultation with the residents in the area. We have no more say. This is our last opportunity to have anything to say about this, and we haven't been asked. We haven't been consulted.
Okay, thank you for that piece. And in terms of the site signage, I understand that the site signage period I heard many community members reach out to me to say that site signage come out with the construction period for the 9th Avenue. So it's really difficult for people to see. So you would like to increase that awareness and for the more community member to see that.
That's correct. As you could see from my 3 slides, it was actually impossible to see that that sign, and the people on the west side of 111th Street have no idea what's about to happen because they can't see the sign. No one has seen the sign.
I have one very quick question. Like, how many people do you talk in the neighborhoods?
How many people are in the neighborhood?
For this time you talked.
How many did we talk to?
Maybe I come back for the next round.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Before I go to Councillor Nack and Councillor Cartmel, I want to welcome some students who are visiting us from St. Thomas Aquinas School, right? And they are grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, Mr. Sperafora. And your ward councillor is Councillor Rice, Ward Ipiko Kinipiaste. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you having fun at City Hall? How much fun are you having? That doesn't like a lot of fun. Are you having this much fun? It doesn't seem like I don't know. Okay, maybe this much fun. That's why the expressions I'm getting from you. Maybe it's too cold to come to City Hall today. Maybe that's what it is, right? So, are you doing your mock council? You'll be doing that later. Have you selected your designated mayor? Okay. Who is that? You want to come down to the podium, Your Worship? So why don't, okay, tell us your name and also tell us what are you going to be talking about?
My name is Jamake, and we're going to be talking about, like, if we should have a curfew for people, like, under 18. That's what we're talking about.
Curfew?
Yeah.
For kids under the age of 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let us know what you decide, okay? Let us know what you decide. I won't tell you the results from the other class that was here last week. I don't want you to be influenced by that decision, right? Maybe you'll do some research. What other classes have done on that topic. Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really nice to see you all. All right. Councillor Nack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks to both of our speakers. I think I'll stick with Ms. Lake Ramnath. I just wanted to ask a little bit more. So I think what I'm hearing is primarily concern about a handful of uses and the fear that could be a 24-hour and sort of the potential for spillover impact. Is that high level, that sort of a fair summary of the main concerns?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we're totally support child care services. And I'm sure that we could negotiate other things that we would support. But you're right, the potential for a 24-hour business or a business with a lot of traffic is a concern.
Sure. Can I ask, and so the reason, these questions, and just so you have a little bit of context, because I think part of maybe where I'm a little bit trying to understand is that this commercial use is a pretty standard zone that is used in communities across the city, both on arterial roads and in neighborhoods. I happen to live by a commercial zoning that's even higher levels of use than this. And so I think there's sometimes that concern about what could happen and whether or not it materializes is a different question. So I guess I wanted to ask about the SO, because if I remember correctly, kitty corner from there is the SO 7-Eleven. Is that right?
Correct.
That's 24-hour operations right now as well, correct?
I don't think so. I think that they had a number of robberies, and so they were closing around. They may have changed, but
yeah, I'm only going off the Google Map listing of their hours, and it showed as 24 hours. So I was just wanting to get a sense of so let's say it's not, and I don't know what time they'd be open until. Are you finding, like, has that created some of those challenges? Because that is, I think, often the use that can more often be raised by residents as having the potential for like a spillover impact is a convenience store. And I guess I wanted to get a sense of, are you seeing those same concerns right now from that use, or has that been, generally speaking, seen as a benefit to the neighborhood?
Yes, the Esso station is an advantage. However, there has been some drug trafficking that has happened during the night there in the parking lot that neighbors have been concerned about. And I think that we're looking forward to the next 5 years when there's going to be a stop on the LRT at Twin Brooks. And I think that that's our major concern, is that crime will increase if there are businesses that are open late or open 24 hours. Because if you look at the crime statistics, the increase in crime happens where the stops have also a commercial element to it. Whereas if you look at McKernan, Belgravia, the crime statistics have not risen with a stop there because there is no commercial there. So what we're thinking is that if we can avoid having like a 24-hour business right in our neighborhood, that would encourage non-commuters to get off the train and come into the neighborhood. That's what we want to avoid.
And what I'm hearing, because I tend to likely agree with what I heard from the applicant. Like, I don't get the sense that this would be a site that would make sense for that, but I think the concern that you're sharing is that even though from a commercial perspective it probably wouldn't make sense to have a 24-hour cannabis store at that location, it's more the potential of it and the fear of it. Like, I think about that building. It's not like they're going to tear that down and start a new commercial development from scratch and put in those uses. But I think it's still that, what if it happens 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, is so that's where some of the concern is. I guess the other question, and you did raise the point about the LRT, and so I think that's always part of our other question about, I'm almost wondering, that's probably a site, that location, this location we're talking about might actually be a site where you would potentially see a higher scale residential development, or maybe even as much as a tower right across from, you mentioned McKernan, they're doing, I think, a 6 or 8 story building right beside it. Do you have thoughts about that type of use? A residential building, or
a residential building? Did you say?
Yeah, we don't. I think I'm going to be out of time, so I'll self-police myself, and I might come back around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lakeman-Ramath. I don't want you to feel like we're picking on you.
No, it's fine.
Okay. My question for you is, so if this is approved, what is the worst possible outcome that you foresee?
Well, it's the broad range of businesses that can go in under a CN zoning. That's what we're concerned about, and the fact that 24-hour businesses are allowed under that CN zoning. So that would be a concern.
So there's a broad range, but so what? Like there's lots of places have lots of different kinds of businesses. Is there particular types of business? You've said the 24-hour. You've made that comment.
Yes. Well, we wouldn't. The residents are concerned about maybe a liquor store, or cannabis services, or body rub parlor. All of those allowed under the CN zoning. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We're looking at all of the possibilities in the CN zoning. And the fact that we had put so much time and effort into making this DC 2.677, which actually has quite a few uses if you look at that zoning. I mean, there are a lot of uses.
Yeah, I understand. But that my question isn't about what's there. It's about what you fear might come. And I'm perhaps not certain of this, but I don't think body rub parlors are permitted under a CNC zone. Maybe they are. We can ask that. But I'm not sure that in the world of providing services that are in demand in the community, that would be above the bar. Perhaps a liquor store or a cannabis store, that's a plausible possibility. I guess I'm curious about the 24-hour nature of that. You have said that you feel that's going to attract crime, but then you've tied it to the LRT station and other things. So what do you think is the greater risk? Because we're talking about a land use of a property today, not the LRT. What do you see as the greater correlation to increased crime around a station? Is it the fact that the station is there, or that it's next to a community commercial center?
I think that, as I said, that if there is commercial businesses that are 24 hours, then we're talking more people coming in to use those businesses during the night. Right now, DC 2.677 has been limited to daytime hours, and that works just great for the community.
So I guess what I'm kind of hearing you saying is that people from outside of the immediate community would take the LRT to come to that place because things are open for 24 hours. And then in the course of visiting that place would engage in other inappropriate behavior.
Possibly. I mean, there's opportunity that commercial zoning provides opportunity for people to come into the neighborhood that are not residents of the neighborhood.
So I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole because we get kind of into a little bit of, there's inferences that are made when we talk about particular stations. But when I think of the stations that are often in the news, you're right, it's not McKernan Belgravia, but there are stations that are in the news that do not have commercial developments for miles. That might be an exaggeration, but they're not immediately adjacent, right? So there are stations that don't have commercial, but that do have, activity that we're not excited about. Is there really a reasonable concern that people will get on the LRT, come to this place because it's open 24 hours, and then commit crimes in the community? I find that a pretty thin thread.
Well, it's a concern for the residents. Everybody that I spoke to said the exact same thing, so it's not me alone saying that.
Yeah.
I'm representing all of the residents.
Like I said, I don't want you to feel like we're picking on you. We're
right.
Trying to, just kind of.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility.
Pull the threads apart.
Like I said, once this is passed, then there's no going back. If crime increases, we can't come back to city council and say, hey, now we have all this crime, what are you going to do about it?
So I live not too far from Riverbend Square, and, far enough that the lights don't shine into my windows, but close enough that I go by it pretty much on my way home from wherever. And my view of that place is that, yes, there are some 24-hour establishments. There's a mix of establishments. There's also bright lights. And if you might not like the light shining in your window, but it's an active space, and there's not a lot of crime there because there's always somebody there, and it's always lit, and it's always perceived at least to be active. Thoughts on that?
I'm familiar with Riverbend Square, and that's a much larger commercial. There's grocery store and all kinds of things in Riverbend Square. So I'm not sure that we can compare that to this particular development that is right in the heart of residential. It's a little different.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Like you spoke about the crime late at night in the area. So wouldn't having some activities, some businesses open help to reduce that crime? And I think that's what Councillor Cartmel was kind of getting at as well. If you've got more, and we've heard this from other neighborhoods and communities across the city, that they want to increase the vibrancy of their areas. Don't you think that would hold true for this area as well?
I don't think that we want to increase the vibrancy of the area. We already have a big commercial center, 15 minutes walking distance to the north and 15 minutes walking distance to the south. So this is like strictly residential. So I'm not sure that we're interested in having a vibrant place that is happening all night. We are more concerned about having a quiet neighborhood.
Okay. And all night, and you're talking 24 hours as well. I'm looking on AGLC's website, and maybe there's something coming down the pipe about having cannabis and liquor stores open 24 hours a day. But I'm showing store hours from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay.
So I don't know. Is there something that you're aware of that would be?
Well, we're aware of cars pulling in to the back of this development right now. All of our neighbors can see it around 2 in the morning, cars pulling in, meeting each other, pulling back out. I can't say what exactly is going on. I'm not the police, but that is already happening.
Right, so what if there was more activity going around in that parking lot, it wouldn't sort of be so secluded. And then also with cannabis and liquor stores, they're also required to have an alarm system, video surveillance system. So that could also help to alleviate people driving in and doing stuff that we don't know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. 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 Yeah, no, I think that's all I've got. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted your feedback on that. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Can you move the second round?
So moved.
You second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my first question goes to Ms. Kathy Carey. Kathy. So I know, and both of you speak on behalf of the community members, not only yourself. And then I also received some emails and some phone calls as well. Kathy, you mentioned about, because right now, and then only 13 property received notification. So that's big concern, and for both of you to go to door knocking and speak to your neighbors. Kathy, you mentioned about in 2 weeks, every weekend, and you spoke to about like 65 property owners?
Yes. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we split the approximately 170 houses, and Barbara Jean looked after her cul-de-sac, and then my other neighbor and I split the rest of the houses. So, of course, not everybody answered the door, and I didn't actually keep track. I should have kept track of the people that did answer the door, and many said that they were not aware of this application.
So besides they're not aware of this application, and the most comments you received is opposition, is have concern, and for this rezoning, or the mixed opinions?
I didn't have anybody say they were in favor of. So again, I didn't keep track of how many I talked to and said that they opposed. Many of them, I asked them to send an email in. So.
Okay. Okay, so next question to you, and then Barbara Jean, do you have anything to add on that piece? In terms of the people you spoke to, and what's their comments, their opinions on this application?
Yeah, it was 100% opposition. Every door I knocked on, every person that sent me an email, there was no one in favor of this change.
Okay, thank you. That is clear right now, and that is in alignment with the message I received as well. So the second question is about, I heard some question from my colleagues ask for the business use, the difference between the DC and the CN, and you mentioned the broad range, and I don't think is about the range, small or big, is about the needs of the community. Because we all right in the, and I heard you mentioned it many times, in both sides, north side and south side, we have less than 15 minutes, and for all the community commercial use. So what specific needs you think that commercial site could support our community better?
Definitely, we're in favor of daycare, any kind of a childcare facility. We desperately need that in Alberta and in Edmonton, so that would be terrific.
So you still feel that like that side building should focus on the bylaw approved back to 2016?
Yeah, there's also veterinarian services. There's many things on that list and even a small restaurant is on that DC 2.677. There's many choices on that list.
And also including some like community services as well.
Correct.
So you do not see the needs of the community need that say and zone for that land use inside the pure residential area.
Right. A number of residents said, we walk to 23rd Avenue, we walk to Ellerslie, we don't need that.
Okay. Okay, so I will come back to you and later on. So that's my question and then to the opposition, and thank you everyone and to be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions to members in opposition. Now we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Rice, you want to start?
So I really appreciate the city administration's open communication with community members even before this public hearing started, and also the open communication with the representative as myself as a councillor for that area. So my first question is, as you heard very clear, and then our community supports the daycare, and the current DC Zone 2 did not include that. Is there any way procedurally we could amend the current DC Zone to include daycare and then take the steps and to have more community engagement and for the other type of business usage? And because I heard a very big concern and for other type of business usage and in the 5 years, 10 years, because once this is approved, we don't have opportunity to come back and to do that. But I believe the community deserves that opportunity. So I want to ask that question.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Rice. Regarding the public engagement piece, administration followed our due process regarding public engagement. We have a public engagement charter. We followed the basic approach which mandates us to notify residents within a 60 meters radius of the site. Considering the site's unique location and the proximities to residential dwelling, we were able to just get to a few residential dwellings, but we followed that due process regarding public engagement. Regarding your question about amending the DC, yes, that would be a possibility, but the onus is on the applicant to bring forward an amendment to the DC.
Okay, thank you for that answer. But I still have the question. If back to 2016, our public engagement chart did not change, at that moment, why we can have over 400 people received notification, we can have the town hall, and then right now, and with the same public engagement charter, and we only have 13 property residents received the notification?
Council, there was a simple answer to that. In 2016, there was a plan amendment. There isn't a plan amendment today.
Okay.
It conforms to the plan that's in effect, the district plan. In those days, we were adding a use that wasn't in the plan, so that's why there was an engagement.
So that engaged level is different.
Correct.
So that's the reason. And so if that's the case, and then right now, and for the zoning change, for the rezoning applications, we only follow the rezoning and engagement charter, not the specific plan for the planning process.
That is correct, Councillor. Because there is no plan amendment, because the proposed rezoning complies with the plan in effect, we went with the basic approach with mandate 60 meters. If there was a plan amendment, then the scope would have increased.
So if that is case, let's think about it this way. if we refer this back for the more engagement, what will look like?
We'd be looking for some direction from council on what that would look like, because we followed our processes through the engagement charter. So we would need that additional direction from council. But the fact is, councillor, that this application aligns with policy. So the question also remains that what is the information that you're seeking from engagement that would change the outcome? Because this application, like, there's no technical reason for this application to not receive a recommendation of support. And any engagement that we receive is just given to, we gather it, we provide it back to council for your information consideration. So in terms of informing the recommendation from administration, it will have minimal impact, if any.
So what I heard is this, even though if we could do additional engagement, but we still, the outcome or the output from the additional engagement and only have minimal impact for the administration recommendation.
Correct, because this, from a strategic policy perspective, this is an alignment. From a technical perspective, we have no issues. And the engagement, on the engagement charter and on the engagement spectrum, we're in advise. So we're simply gathering that information and providing it back to the applicant and the council for your consideration.
I will come back and then with another question.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think you've touched on some of the questions I had. Just wanted to follow up on the comments from speakers around notification. So again, that 60-meter notification, that's our standard process. And I assume that 60 meters is calibrated relating to the potential impacts or off-site impacts of those developments, correct? I think sometimes we do see a wider radius if the change is more significant. Is that correct?
Yes, councillor, that's correct. And if we also receive unexpected volume or a feedback after that first notification, we will make adjustments for the second.
Right. Also just thinking about, so again, I think sort of the assessment being that the chances of off-site impacts for this rezoning extending beyond the 60 meters is fairly unlikely, or that risk is fairly low?
Correct.
Okay. You know, I do take the point around some of the impacts that can emerge when different businesses are operating, and I think there's a range of businesses that can have impacts. Do we have other tools as a city to address those as they potentially arise in the future?
We might have other tools down the spectrum from the community standards perspective. If there are nuisances generated by businesses, the community standards folks would be able to pick up on those and have enforcement action.
Great. Okay, that's excellent. So that is a tool available to residents. And then maybe just going into, you know, this question of the direct control and adding uses, you know, I think we've seen over time that direct controls create a lot of challenges. Over time, they become out of date. And I believe there's also just, you know, a few more challenges with some of the permitting processes as well. Is that fair? It adds a lot of sort of administrative challenges.
That is correct, Councillor. The direct control zone, as the applicant mentioned, might not be very flexible, and it creates the opportunity to come back for another rezoning if something was to happen in the future.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about sort of the time spent. So again, that's your staff time, you know, coming to a public hearing, that all sort of adds cost and expense, not only for the business, but also for the city.
Correct. The conventional zones have that flexibility and also allow for that streamlining of processes.
Okay, great. I don't think I have any further questions at this point. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Just a quick follow-up to that line of questioning by Councillor Stevenson. During the zoning bylaw renewal discussion 2023, we've actually talked a lot about this conversation around DC, and my understanding is that, you know, overall, we're going to take the principal approach of moving away from DCs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so this aligns with that approach.
Yeah, it definitely aligns with that approach and the general philosophy that we want to be able to be nimble and flexible and able to respond to changes.
Right. And this sounds like it also aligns with some of the other city policies, such as business-friendly, and making sure that these different policies are aligned.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. All right, before we carry on with this conversation, I want to welcome additional students from grade 6 class from St. Thomas, Equinas. Thank you so much for joining us. They are here with their teacher, Mrs. C. Flickinger. Did I get that right? Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Your ward councillor is Councillor Rice. AP Kokinipeaste is your ward. I asked your previous colleagues, classmates, whether they are going to be doing their mock council. Are you doing the same? Are you doing mock council? Yeah. Here's Mayor Rachel. Want to come down to the podium? Come on, come down to the podium, Mayor Rachel. Well, we know your name, Rachel. Would you tell us what you're going to be talking about at your mock council?
We already did it, but we talked.
Oh, you have already decided?
Yeah.
Made your decision? Okay, what was your, what you were talking about? Sorry.
Lowering the voting age to 16.
Lowering the voting age to 16.
The motion was carried.
Motion was carried? Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Looking for that's a great decision. Good. Thank you so much. Nice to see you all. Right on. Okay, Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Yeah. Just quick clarifying questions. There are hours, like opening hour restrictions for cannabis and liquor stores, right?
Correct.
They're not open 24 hours.
I believe that's correct. Sorry, I don't have the operating hours.
I think Councillor Wright had to pull it up. It's from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m., right? And there's no, changes can always happen, but we haven't heard any anticipated changes into the future on those regulations, right?
No, nothing that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so there are handbooks in place that talk about cannabis and liquor store and their hours of operation, and those are both regulated through HALC.
Right. And convenience stores can open 24 hours.
As far as I'm aware, I haven't looked that one up, but yeah, as far as I'm aware, unless there is, unless council or something were to put a limit on that, yeah.
And in often market drives, what gets included, and it's like if there's a convenience store right across from the street, having another convenience store, probably market would not, like recognizing the Twin Brook neighborhood. I know, is that something we should be considering in our decision maker, just the market decides?
I think you can consider the concentration of a particular development, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
but ultimately you are looking at a basket of rights and goods here, and so if convenience store is something that's allowed and there's no restriction placed on hours, then it could very well be open for the 24-hour period, but certainly okay for you to say, hey, we have a convenience store that's open 24 hours over here, do we want one over here as well? That's a relevant consideration.
Or the likelihood of having or two convenience store across from each other opening because market probably determined that may not be viable. Market may not be viable market.
But an approval today would mean that that is a possibility, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Okay, and our policy goes around density of residential development. We also have a goal of density around commercial development too, right? Like this place is half vacant.
We certainly want to see fulfillment of vacancies, but there is an LRT station. It does lend itself to consideration for further density and intensification.
Yes, okay. So we can consider other policy goals of the city when we are looking at rezoning applications, right? such as business-friendly Edmonton, growing our businesses, growing tax base and all that, right? So,
Well, yeah, for council to consider sort of the economic development of land is a relevant consideration.
okay, got it. Good, thank you. Appreciate that. I will move the additional round.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Back to you, Mayor Sohi.
Okay, I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Just follow up a few questions. I understand, I heard very clearly from administration, even when we refer back to have broader public consultation, but the results from that engagement and consultation will not change the position and on the city administration's recommendation.
Most likely, correct, yeah.
And also, I heard very clear from some of the questions my colleague asked, seems that is not the direction and will resolve or address the concerns from community members. So based on your answer, I heard very clear, right?
Correct. Based on the engagement charter and that we have, and the fact that the proposed land use change aligns with policy, that comes into our assessment as well as the technical assessment, and we don't have any concerns there. So yes.
So if that is the case, even though I understand you indicated this very clear is aligned with our city plan, is aligned with our city's district plan, but like I said earlier, and is there any options or way to address the concern and from community members because they deserve that opportunity?
That consideration is part of what council considers through the deliberation of the debate of the bylaw. There are aspects of the zoning bylaw, such as separation distances, that apply to some of the uses that are in the CN zone that would address some of those concerns. But Councillor, we are in support of this application.
I know that. I know that. But this application and through the process, it is still not reflect that sufficient public engagement piece. And then that is a common concern we heard over and over and from different rezoning, including this one as well. So that is why I try to get the sense, if the suggestion from community members say, we can amend the current DC zone to support the daycare, I want to support that too. And then I want to see that daycare and to be allowed to use in that. But at the same time, this is repeat the question, but I didn't get the answer. And then at the same time, how we can give that opportunity to community member to get their concern to be addressed.
Councillor, we followed
let
our
me
charter.
Let me ask this in different way because Mayor, so he mentioned that about the commercial density to support the business friendly and that I'm support that too. But however, for this application, this is pure residential area. The commercial density in this area is already less than 15 minutes to north side and east side, or to north side and south side. This is nothing to do with commercial density.
I think, Councillor Rice, you're speaking to it now.
Okay, so that is why I try to ask you, we are aligning city plan, we are aligning district plan, we want to support the business. But the fact is different, and how we address the concern. This back to my first question, I didn't think I got answered. So can you look at it from that piece perspective?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Repeat the question is in align with city plan, district plan, and less than 15 minutes for the other commercial area. why we need to have broader range of commercial use in this specific site.
It aligns with policy, and we don't have a technical concern.
So we don't have but we have public member who were impacted by those development concern, and how we address that.
Council, we also have a landowner that wishes to do, and has brought this application before us today. He's stated that the list of uses he has now is not particularly commercially viable today and not particularly commercially viable in the future. So he has every right to come before council with a standard zone that we see in many other residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, I agree. I will go back to the landowner and for the new information on that piece.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions to administration. Maybe just one, I need some clarification actually. Councillor Rice, Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yep.
So I just want to understand if we want to have a broader circle or range for notices and consultation on these kind of applications where your application is compliant with policy, there are no technical issues. That's a policy discussion, right? You're following what council has directed you to do, what council has approved.
Correct, and it's also worth noting that through the zoning bylaw, we are notifying more than we did before in terms of we've added tenants. So we are sending notifications to tenants as well as landowners. But yes, we are following the engagement policy that council has set, as well as the engagement charter that covers off public hearings.
Yeah, and if council wishes to increase the radius of notices for neighborhoods, that's a council would have to decide that. Like it's not your decision, it's council decision directing you to do that, right? So if any council member wishes to do that, it's more of directed by motion from council to do so.
Council can give us direction to examine the charter, but I don't know if the charter itself is a council document or if it's a procedural document, but it is in line with our engagement policy.
But it's driven by policy, out of the policy. Got it, okay. Thank you,
Mr. Mayor, it's driven by policy in both, it's Travis here, both on regulation within the zoning bylaw, which outlines our consultation requirements for zoning amendments such as this. So there's two layers to it. There's a regulation/policy piece that council sets, as well as an administrative document, which is our public engagement charter, which sets out how and where and when we do engagement, which takes into account the various levels of complexity of the applications, as well as a balancing of resources to get the information that's applicable in front of council when you make the decision.
Got it, okay, thank you. I will take the chair back.
Okay.
So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council colleagues have any questions to the applicant, to members of the public registered in opposition, and to administration on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Okay. Councillor Rice? Go ahead, please.
I know I saw the hands up from applicants. I will take this opportunity to give the opportunity. So what would you like to add? Is there any new information?
First off, the Esso station across the street actually is open 24 hours, okay? It's not uncommon that sometimes I'm there at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I reject the fact that she claims that there are people loitering in my parking lot, okay? In regard to potential applicants that we've used, we've had applications from veterinarians, dentists, audiology clinics, bakeries, and for whatever reason, they were using either us for leverage to negotiate with another leasing or an opportunity, but we failed to get them. It's true, we want professional clinics, but unfortunately, there's only so many doctors, dentists that are available in this city, okay? It's not that we didn't try. We had an applicant from the doctors from Fort Mac. They came to Edmonton, they reviewed one of our units, and then one of the partners said, no, I don't want to leave Fort Mac, I'll stay here. So we always try to get professional clients into our business, but unfortunately, they do not fall out of trees. So all we're asking for is flexibility in the future. If anything happens to any one of our professional clients, we can fill that unit, so this way, the project is viable and not be left derelict.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Salapay. I do have a few two questions at here. One is about, you mentioned about the flexibility for the future commercial use. Do you have intention at this moment to expand the building in the 5 years or 10 years, or you will keep the building as the same, just add the daycare use at this moment?
Keep it as is, okay? All we want basically is daycare, for which we'll get 2 units filled up for approximately around 6,000 square feet. We would like to have, we have another finished unit which was vacant by a company that we hope that we'll have like after-school care, like a Kuhlman aftercare or Oxford Learning or whatever, okay? Again, our primary goal is to keep everything as is. But again, our goal is to make sure that we have the flexibility. If something changes, we can have that building still potentially viable.
Thank you. And in terms of the because your building behind that building, it's a transportation utility corridor. And is there any risk assessment done and before this application in terms of the land use for the daycare, for other type of business use? Because that utility corridor will impact many things and in terms of safety.
So initially, the daycare was refused way back when we first put the application for the simple fact there was several pipelines behind our property line. In the last several years, 2 ATCO pipelines were decommissioned. So right now, we only have 2 major pipelines. One is for crude, one is for natural gas. And through our consultant, Mr. Frank Burka, he deemed that there was no safety risk, and so that's why we're applying mainly for a daycare right now.
Okay, so that would be part of your permit. Process. Yes. And so the documents will attach with that as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I know I heard so many concerns and from communities, and then how to find that balance, and then to ensure you have the business support in the area, and at the same time to really get the good labor to go with you and to support that development.
So again, we do not want a 24-hour convenience store there. Most convenience stores, in fact, most vape stores and liquor stores are basically open to 11 o'clock. I did a review of all the neighborhood of Twin Brooks, Urban Skin, and most liquor stores close at 11 o'clock. To state that people go to liquor stores, buy their liquor, and then decide to go outside in the street and drink their alcohol is absurd. People buy their alcohol, they buy their marijuana, and they go home and they enjoy it at their own pleasure. So again, to say that the neighborhood, that we're going to induce undesirable people just because of a liquor store and a marijuana store, these are now legitimate businesses that have been recognized by the city council. So for them to say that these businesses are...
Sorry, time is up. Sorry about that. Okay. Councillor Rice, that concludes the questions? Okay. All right, so that concludes the questions on the new information. We are ready to close the bylaw on this close the public hearing on this bylaw.
Point of order.
Yes.
So I'm thinking I put the referral back motion. So that should be before close public hearing or after?
Clerk?
We can deal with that motion now, yes.
Okay. So would you like to do that, Councillor Rice?
Sure. So after all those conversations, and I really appreciate everybody and then come for this conversation, but I do think there there is a gap and between.
But can you move the referral first?
Yes,
Or
I
is it
can move,
referral?
I can put that first, and then I can introduce, yes. So I move that the bylaw 21018 be referred to administration to amend that application to update the current district control zone to add the use of child care services and contact additional public engagement and return to the future public council, to the future city council public hearing.
Need a seconder? Okay, there's no second to the referral. So referral is,
Sorry, Mayor Sohi, I will second.
Councillor Knack, seconded, okay. Okay, now can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Rice?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Knack. After this conversation, after heard all the questions, concerns, and also after the responses provided by administration and applicants, I still feel like the community deserves the opportunity and for this additional engagement and also to looking for the option to amend the current zone to really meet the community needs for the daycare and child care services. And in terms of other type of business usage on this line, and then if we look at geographically, if we look at our district plan and for the 15 minutes for the services to ensure community have the opportunity to access to all the services, and then that situation is already exists. So we have that 15 minutes walking distance and to access to the different business services. But at the same time, I understand from business perspective, from applicant's perspective, and you would like to have that flexibility. And to have that flexibility to get support from the community, from good neighbor principle, we want build that trust with the property owners, with the neighbors who actually will use your site and use the commercial services you provide on that site building. And I think bring them together, that is really important. If your goal is for the long-term goal, and if something happens in 5 years, 10 years, we need that flexibility. So if we can bring community together, Twin Brooks is not a small community. It's over 6,600 population. Right now the population is keep grow as well. And then I believe this site, how we develop the proper development will impact the people, not only
Thank you, Councillor
Twin
Rice.
Brooks. Oh, okay.
Thank
So
you.
it's 2 minutes, my time is out. Thank you very much.
Questions on the referral? Councillor Knack, questions?
No, just to speak.
Councillor Rutherford, questions? Speak. Any questions on the referral? See none to speak now. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I touched on this a bit in the questions. I'm not going to support this, and I think there's a few things we need to really stress at this point, is that we have this the commercial zoning that's before us is commonly used in every ward, in every community. This is in fact the type of zoning that is often used when you're going interior to a community because it's the lowest scale commercial zone. And so I appreciate that there's going to be some unease from some residents around what that means, and I don't think there's any way to alleviate that until folks actually see that in action. And I'll use myself as the example. I think I referenced this a little earlier. I live about half a block from actually CG zoning, not even CN. CG is a higher number of uses and a higher land use, so greater height, greater overall impacts. And that includes a cannabis store that's about a half a block from me, and a number of other uses, automotive shops, banks, you name it. And I've lived now in this part of the city for almost 23 years, almost to the day now. And I think it's one of those things that when it's going to happen and you aren't experiencing it day to day, you're sort of fearful about what can happen. And I think when you actually see this in action, these types of developments, the reason they are so common and the reason we accept this type of land use across the city is because they don't have that type of impact that I think people are fearful of, right? I can think about land use public hearings we had 12 years ago or 11 and a half years ago when I first started, where similar concerns would come up, and then those concerns thankfully never materialized because it's in the best interests of these applicants and of these folks who own these sites to make sure that they have developments that people want to use and that people want to access. So I think sending us back, just quite frankly, is going to be a waste of everyone's time. We heard from city staff that they're not going to come back with a different recommendation, in part because this type of land use is accepted and used citywide in hundreds, if not likely thousands of places. And I would hate to give false hope to the residents that by referring this back that they're going to get a different outcome. And I think the other piece to the puzzle is that what I haven't heard is anything that is unique that would require us to continue to use a direct control zone. As mentioned, CN zoning is used interior in residential development. And that doesn't mean you should just always use it, but what I would have been wanting to hear is what makes this unique. This is on the intersection of a major arterial road, soon to be across the street from a future LRT station. I think arguably that the only thing that I think I would be disputing is whether this particular development should exist in its current state or whether this should be a high-rise tower across from a future LRT station. But I appreciate that this site is newer, so it's unlikely that this site is going to redevelop for another 30 or 40, maybe even 50 years. So to have that desire to have a high rise across from an LRT, as much as I might want it, I can't will that into existence. We should accept that this is it. So I think it would be, to me, I have not heard any special reason why this should still require a direct control zone. I think about Kitty Corner, how there is, and at least according to the EPHO website, that is a 24-hour site still. Again, according to the website, maybe that's changed. But I think having a gas station and convenience store or adjacent to residential developments, that seems to be working well. It's been there for some time. I think being able to expand this use, and what we've heard is this desire for a daycare. But again, as somebody that lives close to a liquor store, close to a cannabis store, I don't partake in either of those things, but those two developments are still not bringing down the neighborhood I live in. They seem to be working very well. The liquor store in particular, I've lived across there for the entire time I've been here in the 23 years. And I think we need to continue to allow these types of land uses. So referring it back to me would not be constructive, and I think would not give the neighbors what they seek. And so I think at times we have to be able to sort of stand up and speak to that and understand that maybe that worst fear is not actually going to materialize. So I won't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, my colleagues. And very quick, I truly believe as a representative in council, and to make sure and people's voice and people's concerns, community needs to be heard and addressed. And for the city's land use policy making, and as a policymaker and also as a process, we really make sure and that impact and from the development and from rezoning, and really be addressed, be transparent, be aware, and by the community and by the neighborhoods. I think that transparency piece, and then we heard from public over and over, is so important. And yes, technically, and there are so many technical factors are right. And then we have needs and for the development, for the commercial density, but at the same time, and for the community members, they have equally rights and to know everything and then to be part of the development journey. And then because they are actually the consumer to use the business, and why we cannot build this business, we cannot ensure our city's commercial development in really alignment and with the needs of the communities. So in that way, I really encourage my colleagues to think about deeper and to support this motion and to give the example, say, our rezoning application is the full process to reflect our engagement spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
No. Just hold on.
We're good now? Okay, we have all the votes now.
Please display the votes. That is defeated. Now we are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move to close public hearing.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of this bylaw.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Okay, no one to speak. Councillor Salvador.
Sorry, I
please.
couldn't add my name there. Yeah, no, I'll just speak very briefly to this. Appreciated the conversation today. Just wanted to take a few moments to explain why I will be supporting this. You know, from a land use perspective, it is well connected to transit and about to be even more well connected to transit in the future here. This particular use allows for additional commercial opportunities and uses within a neighborhood that could use some more. You know, I appreciate the point that was made that there are existing retail and commercial uses within about 15 minutes from this area, but that in and of itself doesn't create a 15-minute community. That diversity of uses is really important. When I look at the current DC, it's from 2006. That's an outdated DC, and it doesn't reflect the need for greater flexibility that exists today in our changing commercial and retail environment. I see this as a modest change that will allow the site to remain commercially viable for years to come. We heard that the intention is daycare, which is great, that's excellent. And beyond that, the CN zone will allow for some flexibility to be able to adapt in the future if need be. I don't agree with the suggestion that businesses operating 24/7, you know, in and of themselves result in people coming there to engage in, you know, inappropriate activities. I don't think that's reflective of what we see in many other parts of our community that have businesses like this. We also learned that there is a business directly adjacent to the site that's already operating 24 hours a day, and it's seen as an asset to the area. Yeah, so I will leave it there, but really appreciate the conversation, and thank you to administration for answering all of our questions today.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang, to close.
Okay, great, thank you. You know, I think my colleagues have made some really important points. I think this is one of the most minimal change for commercial. And I think about, and in particular earlier, some of the dialogue from questions with administration. And I think in a world where we are constantly talking about land use, there has been a general move towards less restrictive approach to our land use. We've talked about that over and over again, and I think that's one of the reasons I would be supporting this. I think I want to just acknowledge, you know, for the speakers who are coming, you know, I recognize in the past year you've had a lot of really big shifts in your community when it comes to decisions affecting your day-to-day. such as, well, the big one obviously is with the LRT, and I think change that comes after, you don't feel good about that, and I want to recognize that. I think the fact is, when we have public hearing, it's a statutory process. There's a lot of pieces that are legislated, that's required, and in the context of this particular change, when it's minimal minimal commercial use compared to some of the other zones, administration did what they had to do. And I'm actually not sure what widespread engagement would have changed necessarily. But I do want to acknowledge your fears and your concerns, and as my colleague have said, we hear some of these all the time, and oftentimes they don't always come to fruition in the way that people have envisioned. But I do think maintaining that conversation, maintaining that dialogue, whether it's with the new tenants, the families who's going to be starting to use the daycare, with the landowner, with administration, with your counselor, will ultimately lead to healthier dialogue about those changes in your community. That the world is changing, the city is growing rapidly, and I think this is in line with some of those pieces. So thank you for coming. Thank you for also waiting since the last hearing to this hearing. Thank you for your patience for that. It's not easy when you have these changes in your community. I want to acknowledge that. But it's nevertheless important to share your thoughts and feedback, engage your neighbors. I remember the first time I was really engaged with zoning and land use was over a decade ago, and there was a major change in my neighborhood, and we got really fired up and really learned how complicated development and zoning is. But it was education for myself, and encouraged me actually to stay involved civically and stay alive to the issues in our communities to make it better. So I just want to appreciate all your participation for that. And with that, I support this bylaw change and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Second reading, please.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move for consideration of third reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Consideration is given.
I'll move for the third reading of Bylaw 21018.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we are on to item 3.14, Bylaw 20999, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Strathcona. This was postponed at the January 24, 2025 City Council public hearing. We'll go to administration for a
Mayor,
presentation.
can you formally move that item forward? You only moved item 3.13.
I thought we both did. Councillor Jans, you want to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Bring forward 3.14.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I'm
Just
yes
on
as
its way
well.
out. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, good. Now we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Strathcona neighborhood from Parks and Services Zone, PS to the mixed-use zone, MU H30, with an FAR of 5.5. Next slide, please. While the site appears to be mid-block, it is well buffered from surrounding development by roadways on 3 sides and a linear parking lot on the remaining west side. The site is currently used as a private parking lot, but it also houses the St. Anthony School building, which has historical significance. The site has quick access to bus service along 82nd Avenue, 104th Street, and Gateway Boulevard, bike lanes on 83rd Avenue and 106th Street, a shared use pathway on 104th Street, commercial amenities, open spaces, parks, a library, and school site, all within 4 minutes walking distance. Next slide, please. The St. Anthony School was built in 1907 and is one of the oldest buildings in the area. The building has had several additions, including a front entrance, which are not of historical significance. However, the original 2-story building has a fairly high amount of integrity, with masonry cladding, a high hip roof, large narrow windows on both floors, and a front projecting center gable. The school building is currently not on the Edmonton Inventory of Historic Resources, and the current and proposed zone does not guarantee its preservation. However, the applicant is committed to both retaining the building and adding it to the list. Next slide, please. When compared with the current zone, the proposed MU H30 F5.5 would allow for an expanded list of uses, an increase in height, and an overall larger building footprint. Also, the maximum floor area ratio, which determines the maximum floor area of the building, allows for flexibility in building design while limiting the overall massing. At the development permit stage, the applicant's building design can maximize the height or the setbacks of the zone, but not both at the same time. For example, as shown in the slide models, to maximize the height while maximizing the floor area ratio, the setbacks would increase. Conversely, to maximize the setbacks while maintaining the floor area ratio, the height would decrease. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard feedback from 66 respondents, 48 in opposition, 8 in support, and 10 with questions. We heard concerns that the proposed rezoning will result in a loss of parking, that it does not align with the heritage character of the neighborhood, and that it would increase traffic congestion, block sunlight, and could result in the loss of boulevard trees. The residents who are in support are of the view that the proposed redevelopment will allow for additional housing, more businesses, potential audiences for nearby theaters, and that the location is appropriate for additional density, and it will encourage people to use active modes of travel. Next slide, please. In the Strathcona District Plan, the subject site is located within 2 primary corridors, and district policy supports mid-rise throughout primary corridors. The site is currently designated as urban service, and therefore, to facilitate the proposed rezoning, a district plan amendment is required to redesignate the site as urban mix. Additionally, the proposed rezoning aligns with the Big City Move, a community of communities, which will enable 15-minute districts that allow people to easily complete their daily needs. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It aligns with the district plan and policies and the city plan. It proposes a range of uses and intensification within 2 primary corridors, and it is compatible with surrounding uses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I will call up on the folks in favor. Leah Kinsella joining in person. He'll be speaker number 1. Jeff Booths in person, speaker number 2. Chelsea Jersak, speaker number 3. Croy Johnston, speaker number 4, joining remotely, and Chelsea is also joining remotely, sorry. And Jacob DeWong, are you here?
Hi, I'm here.
You'll be speaker number 5, and Ryan York, joining remotely. You'll be speaker number 6. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, so please, we will start with Speaker Kinsella.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. My name is Leah Kinsella, Development Manager with Belgian, and I'm here to present St. Anthony's redevelopment. Next slide, please. At Belgian, we're a locally rooted real estate development company. Our portfolio consists of a wide range of projects with a strong emphasis on infill development and transforming underutilized buildings. Our work often focuses on neighborhoods poised for change, overlooked properties, and sites that require some further fresh purposes. By blending creativity and vision, we aim to reimagine these spaces. Every project begins with a deep dive into the essence of the community, the history, the people, the character, and the architecture that defines it. But for us, real estate is far more than structures. It's about fostering community-centered environments. Next slide, please. The majority of our heritage buildings sit within Strathcona community, many along White Avenue. However, the list of heritage assets extends way beyond 82nd Ave. Belgian's stock showcases a series of creative developments, lending well to market demand and city plans. Some projects you may recognize include Strathcona CPR, Tipton Investment Block, the Strathcona, and soon to be St. Anthony's. We don't just build at Belgian, we reinvest in Edmonton's neighborhoods by creating places where people live, work, and connect. Next slide, please. This area context plan illustrates an image of our site with the existing buildings and an L-shaped parking lot. Our redevelopment plan preserves St. Anthony's School while introducing a mixed-use development that aligns with Edmonton's 15-minute community and strategic growth objectives. This project integrates main floor commercial space to enhance local economic vibrancy and street-level activation, while delivering upwards of 275 new residential units in an 8-story development. By maximizing land efficiency and prioritizing density in a key urban corridor, this proposal supports Edmonton's vision for sustainable, connected, and resilient neighborhoods. The city plan prioritizes higher density transit infill projects to accommodate Edmonton's projected growth of 1 to 2 million residents. And by preserving St. Anthony's and redeveloping this site, we are directly contributing to city plan goals. Next slide, please. St. Anthony's was originally built 120 years ago and was the first Catholic school on the south side of Edmonton. Since the school closed, this building has housed archives, storage, and presently occupied by local artists. The current state of this building is underutilized and at risk for deterioration without proper investment, and the surface parking lot is an inefficient use of prime urban space. In line with many of our other properties along White Ave, we are considering the designation of the original St. Anthony's School. As the property is not currently listed, we will need to work independently with the City of Edmonton through the Heritage Inventory and Historical Department. Next slide, please. This development is about more than just a new building. It's about enhancing Strathcona by transforming an underused parking lot into a residential and retail hub, with upwards of 275 new rental units to meet growing demand in a central, transit-connected location, while offering diverse housing options for different income levels and lifestyles. By preserving St. Anthony's School, we are supporting cultural and historical tourism and reducing environmental impact. The project will also boost the local economy by increasing foot traffic and local spending, while its transit-oriented design will promote walkability, lower emissions, and reduce reliance on vehicles. Next slide, please. We have actively engaged with the community through public consultation, which has given us a deeper understanding of community concerns, and we remain committed to addressing them thoughtfully as we move forward with development. By increasing housing supply within Strathcona, we are creating new opportunities for business growth, fostering an economically resilient neighborhood, and we invite your support to bring this vision to life and contribute to a stronger, more connected community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Jeff Booth.
And I have some presentation slides. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate. Thank you for this opportunity to present our vision for the St. Anthony's School site redevelopment. This project is about preserving a piece of Edmonton's past while transforming a parking lot. As Leah said in her presentation, our proposal combines the adaptive reuse of the 120-year-old St. Anthony's School building with a new 8-story mixed-use building containing housing and some commercial retail. Together, these elements will balance heritage preservation with meeting modern needs, providing housing and commercial opportunities that align with Edmonton's long-term vision for growth and sustainability. Next slide, please. Currently, much of the site is a surface parking lot, an underutilized space that doesn't add much value to the community. Our plan will transform this space into a vibrant hub for Strathcona. We're proposing a new 8-story building with approximately 275 residential units and ground floor commercial spaces facing 83rd Avenue. These commercial spaces will activate the street, supporting local businesses and creating a lively pedestrian environment. Importantly, we're incorporating underground parking into the design, ensuring parking remains accessible for residents and visitors alike. This is not just a redevelopment, it's a reimagining of what this space can contribute to Strathcona and Edmonton. Next slide. We know there's interest in seeing what this potential building could look like. On this slide, you can see an early conceptual rendering. This rendering isn't completely accurate as there's still a lot of design work to be done, and the building aesthetics will likely change during that process. It's also important to note that we're planning for an 8-story building rather than the 6 stories you see here. However, the rendering gives you an idea of the concept that we're looking to achieve. Next slide. At the core of this project is the preservation of the former St. Anthony's School building. Adaptive reuse ensures this structure remains part of the community while gaining a new purpose. The building will be retained and either repurposed for commercial space or amenity space for the residents of the new building. Preserving the school aligns with Edmonton's sustainability goals by reducing demolition waste and retaining the embodied carbon within the building. By incorporating this structure into the site's redevelopment plans, we're creating a connection between the past and the future, making it a defining feature of this project. Next slide. We've chosen to pursue rezoning before going through the heritage designation process. To understand why, it's important to consider how the development approval process unfolds. On this slide, you can see the multiple steps in the approvals process. The first is the rezoning stage, and this is where we are today. Rezoning establishes what can happen on the site and the size and shape of buildings, providing the framework for what's possible. Rezoning is a critical milestone and will determine if the rest of the project is a go. Next, the design and approval stage is where detailed design work happens, including building design and building materials, unit size and mix, parking numbers and layouts, and landscaping. During this stage, it will be determined what off-site improvements might be required, like upgrades to the laneway. The Edmonton Design Committee will also review the building at that time. This is also the stage where heritage designation will happen. Designation is a 2-step process. The building will first be put on the heritage inventory, which lists properties with historic significance, and then the building will be added to the register, which provides legal protection and access to grants. Finally, the building permit stage ensures compliance with construction and safety standards. Each stage builds on the last, ensuring that the project aligns with city goals, regulations, and community expectations. Next slide. Heritage designation is part of this project, and it's happening in stage 2 because it requires detailed knowledge of what the building will become. Not only do we need to know about the use or uses that will take place in the building, but we also need to design the exterior and interior alterations to accommodate those uses and then acquire construction pricing. Council support for the reimagined site is essential to move forward and ensure the heritage designation aligns with the building's future uses. Under the old zoning bylaw, projects like this were required to have a site-specific DC1 zone, which restricted flexibility for future changes. The new MU zone and other standard zones allow us to establish land use and building parameters up front while handling heritage designation separately. This separation avoids unnecessary zoning restrictions and makes the process more efficient. Rezoning first ensures development can move forward smoothly, while the heritage designation focuses specifically on preserving the St. Anthony's School without complicating or delaying the rest of the project. This approach also reduces the risk of costly redesigns and setbacks. I'll now hand it over to Chelsea to speak more about the proposed rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Chelsea Jerzak from Situate, and I'll be speaking just briefly here this morning to mention a little bit about our neighbor relations process, the district plan policy, as well as the team's preliminary plans for parking on this site. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of community relations, our goal on this project, like all of our projects, is to do our best to make ourselves known and available to the neighbors and the community. Signage has been up on the site since July, and in June of last year, we created a project webpage and sent postcards to 374 neighbors. In the months between then and now, we've had correspondence or discussions with the Strathcona Community League, the Strathcona Performing Arts Association, Rapid Fire Theatre, the BIA, and the Southside Memorial Chapel. We also heard from 3 individual neighbors. So the top issue that we heard about was definitely parking, which seems to be on people's minds not only as it relates to this rezoning, but also as it relates to the old Strathcona public realm strategy in general. So I'll say a little bit more about parking in just a moment. Next slide, please. So jumping over quickly to policy, this proposal aligns really well with both the city plan and the Strathcona district plan. The site is located in 2 primary corridors, both White Avenue and Calgary Trail, both of which support mid-rise buildings between 5 and 8 stories. The district plan even supports tall high-rise buildings of over 20 stories directly east of the site. So our application is a lot more modest at 8 stories, but it will still add much needed housing as well as some commercial amenities to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So before I wrap up my presentation, I just wanted to give a little bit more information about what the team has been thinking about and planning for with regard to parking. So this is still early days in the project, so at this stage we don't yet know the exact number or mix of stalls to be provided, but what we do know is that there will be underground parking on the site. The project team has been monitoring parking utilization rates on the surface lot in order to figure out how many future stalls will be needed and what would be the right mix between resident, visitor, and public parking. Getting that number right and the mix right is really important because underground parking is expensive to build, so it will directly impact the cost of construction and thus the future rents for the residents who will be living here in the future. By studying this now, what we're trying to do is determine the right number and the right mix of parking stalls for the underground lot, with the ultimate intention of accessibility, convenience, and affordability, making sure that parking is provided adequately and at the same time that it's not overbuilt. Next slide, please. So in closing, I'll just reiterate our request for your support here today. We believe that projects like this one offer a really neat opportunity to create something that honors Edmonton's past while transforming a surface parking lot into housing that will meet the community's current and future needs. So we're really excited about this project and frankly, we hope that you are too. So I thank you for your time here today and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Chelsea. I think Mr. Corey Johnston's here to answer questions only. And so we'll go to Jacob Dewan, and after that, we'll take a break. Please go ahead, Jacob.
Hi, Council. Thanks for having me here today. I'm a resident of Queen Alex, just south of this site. I walk along the White Avenue and Calgary Trail corridors all the time on my way to get ice cream or to the farmer's market on Saturday, or just to go for a walk. And I am very much in support of this proposal. It's compatible with all of the district plans, city plan, everything that was passed earlier this year from council. And above all, I think that adding more people to this area, allowing more people to live in this wonderful walkable neighborhood, probably, in my opinion, one of the best neighborhoods in Edmonton. It'll allow more people to enjoy all of the amenities here, and it'll make the area even better. We've seen with more people coming to live in this neighborhood, revitalizing this area, that some of the empty storefronts are starting to fill up on White, which makes it an even better place to live. One of me and my fiance's favorite coffee shops just opened there a few months ago, and is really like the increase in the customer base that allows them to do that. I heard that the Army and Navy shop has recently been leased out, and that's a huge vacant storefront that was just that will soon be filled up. So I think we have to continue along this path of allowing more people to live in this area where they can walk and bike to almost everything. Moving to another topic, I know the university is looking to increase enrollment. Whether students live in this housing or not, we know that the housing market is like a bathtub. When you put what happens at one end affects what happens at the other. So when the university is adding 10,000 more students, any supply added to the housing market, any more homes for people is good. And then the last thing, this one's more of a selfish thing, but I'll be happy to see that surface parking lot go. When I'm biking along 83rd, it's really annoying to have people turning in and out of that parking lot. So I'll be happy to see that go. I know the design stage is not done. I hope the parking garage exit is not along 83rd. So that's just my comments there, but I'll be happy to not have cars turning across the 83rd Street bike lane, or at least hopefully less cars. All right, thanks for your time.
Okay, great, thank you. I think we'll take a break here and then we'll come back to finish up the last speaker in favor and then question for the speakers and then to the commune members signed up in opposition. Thank you, everyone.
May I make
Oh,
a
yes, sorry.
motion?
Yes, please, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd just like to move before our break that we extend our orders, or that the orders of the day for the February 3rd, 2025 City Council public hearing be changed as follows. A dinner break from 5 to 6 p.m. and adjournment at 9 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Any questions speaking to? If not, please vote.
Councillor Salvers, yes.
Councillor Tang, I had clicked on to speak. I don't know why it's not registering.
Let's rescind that. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm voting no against this because I cannot stay. And I'm increasingly frustrated by somehow our meetings are running longer and longer. I think it's bad for our staff. I think it's bad for us. And I think it has the opposite of the intended effect. It doesn't give us more time. I think it makes us less efficient. But aside from that, I cannot stay past 5 p.m. On any day, and certainly not today. So I'm voting against this. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Salvador, if you can just briefly take the chair.
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah, I appreciate that point. I also recall we've had a few discussions about our timing issues. We're getting some very contentious application forward with lots of speakers registered. I think even in our agenda review, we've talked about the possibility of just ensuring public hearing moving forward. We just have that block in our calendar to allow for us to finish the agenda and allow everyone to speak. Recognizing, I think this one probably is kind of, it's here now, so it's really challenging. I'm gonna be supporting it, but I just want to flag also for administration that moving forward, I think we have to take that into consideration and consider our schedule overall. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Mack.
Yeah, just very quickly. I normally am fine. And I'll stay if the will of council is to stay. But I do appreciate that they're like. I think if we're going to be doing this, we want to make sure we're planning well in advance because it is hard on the count. I originally was going to have a community meeting scheduled tonight, and then I saw the email a couple days ago, and I thought, okay, maybe I'll move it. But there are others who can't move it because it's already been law. So I would just say with this particular agenda, we've got another 11 speakers. That if everyone takes 5 minutes, that's going to be an hour. Questions, debate. The other two items only have one speaker in favor each who want to speak. I think we can finish this before 5 o'clock. We just have to be willing to be diligent and respectful of everyone's time. So recognizing that it's already 12:01, I'm going to stop talking. I probably won't support it, but I'll stay if the will of the majority is to stay.
Okay, thank you. Please vote, or you want to, okay, one more, Councillor Rutherford.
I just want to say I take the points of my colleagues.
I would note, though, that I feel like public hearings are a little bit different in terms of at council, there is discretion for second and third rounds. At public hearing, we've been advised by our legal counsel that it's best to allow those. I voted no this morning, recognizing how much we had on the go, but I know that we've been advised on average to not stop somebody from doing, a counselor from doing that at public hearing, given the quasi-judicial nature of it. So to me, it is a little bit different than how we manage time and are a little bit more judicious. But that being said, I also think our council colleagues have to recognize that when they are saying they only need 15 minutes, they don't take 2 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
So I agree with most of my colleagues' comments. We do need the responsibility to manage our time, because today is not the first time we extended the order. And they extended the order many times. So that is that common sense happened, and then in council, that is as a reminder for us to respect the process, to allow everyone who have the questions and who have the right to speak. At the same time, and I think the schedule is challenging for administration, the schedule challenge for the council as well. But we do need to look at this equally, equitably, to allow everybody to have a right to speak if they have a question. And today is not the first time.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And this carries 7-4.
So if I may clarify
Oh, yes,
that,
please.
e-scribe doesn't exactly work this great for this kind of thing, but it actually requires 8 of 11. 2/3 of those present must agree.
Okay. And we have 2 absent. I guess that's
8 of 11, yes. Two members of council are currently absent.
okay. So it's defeated. We will end at 5 p.m. Let's be diligent with our time and make sure we finish the conversation by then. Thank you. As Deputy Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I'm here. Mayor Sohi will be back. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Hello. And Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, and with that, we will move on to our next speaker on the in favor side, Ryan Jack. Ryan, are you online?
Yes.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the proposed redevelopment at St. Anthony's School. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I'm a 24-year-old born and raised Edmontonian, a new resident of the White Ave area, and a frequenter of White Ave and Old Strathcona in general. As we all know, Edmonton has a rapidly growing population, and this underutilized lot is a prime spot, in my opinion, for mixed-use development to help revitalize Old Strathcona, along with preserving a part of our shared heritage. People are moving here, and we have to choose how to manage this growth and provide Edmontonians, old and young, current and new, with places to live and good access to amenities. So one of the biggest apparent complaints about this project is vehicle-related concerns like parking and traffic. However, I see this as a positive consequence of this development proposal. I was riding down the 83rd Avenue bike lane just last week, and I have always been and continue to be surprised and disappointed by the sheer amount of parking lots in the area, including this lot, which is directly on the bike lane. I personally have never had an issue finding parking near White Ave, because I do drive a decent amount as well. Just go look at the area in satellite view on Google Maps. It's quite eye-opening. The parking lot in question, especially, is about 3/4 empty at the snapshot in time, so you can go check that out. I also checked out the parking lot today over the lunch break and counted 16 parked cars, including some covered with snow, which is even worse than the satellite image. So if you're in the neighborhood, you can go see it for yourself. As for traffic, this development would make the area busier, but I see this as a good thing since higher car traffic would discourage itself in favor of more active transportation. White Ave succeeds in spite of cars, not because of cars. And cars don't live and shop, people do. So don't get me wrong, like I said, many of my trips within the city are still done by driving, but I don't think excessively available parking should be a right in one of the most walkable and vibrant areas in the city. If someone wants to live, work, shop, and be entertained in a place where they can pretty much drive up to the front door of their destination, you can do that basically anywhere in the city. But I want this neighborhood, my neighborhood, to be something more, more special place to live, work, shop, and be entertained, where people are prioritized over cars. After all, this lot is literal steps away from the heart of Old Strathcona. And as a city study found regarding the Old Strathcona public realm strategy, there are more than 3,500 public parking spaces in the area. So I think we can sacrifice a few dozen underutilized parking spaces to house an equal, usually even higher amount of residents who will spend time and money in Old Strathcona. Not only would this development create more foot traffic, making White Ave an even more happening and attractive place, it will positively impact the bottom line of local businesses and give dozens of Edmontonians the opportunity to live right in the action. And this is particularly true from a youth standpoint, which is very much underrepresented in local governance and a big part of why I'm speaking here today. Young people are increasingly wanting to live closer to school, work, and more interesting urban areas in general. And it would make space for dozens of Edmontonians, young and old, to live in a vibrant and desirable area, which would open up supply where they move from, keeping rents across the city in check. Housing affordability is fundamentally a supply and demand issue. If we build more housing, the cost of ownership and renting goes down, making the city more accessible for youth and a life they can grow into and thrive in. And this rezoning application is a significant step in this direction. While I see there are quite a few speakers signed up in opposition, I urge council to also consider the broader perspective of potential residents of this development, and particularly youth who are often unavailable to attend public hearings, being busy with school, work, and other commitments. It is much easier to be passionate about opposing something you have strong personal feelings for than passionate about supporting something where its direct impact on you is unclear. As for the historical importance aspect, I'm impressed by Belgium's track record with heritage, so I have no concerns on that front. And with all that in mind, I strongly urge council to approve this bylaw, as it is a big win for Old Strathcona and Edmontonians as a whole. I am very proud to call Edmonton home and very optimistic about my future here and the potential for me to have an affordable and fulfilling life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So at this time, I'll go to council members for questions for speakers in favor. Please sign up. I might actually take a round. Councillor Salvatore, if you can take the chair. I guess I just wanted to, thanks everyone for coming forward and preparing your presentation. I think maybe I'll just go to Chelsea. You gave a pretty thorough presentation around the parking situation. But I guess I just wanted to kind of double check that given that this is a key concern, you are looking to address it, but right now there's just some uncertainty, correct?
We are looking to address parking, so we've heard that loud and clear from community members and neighbors that parking is a priority. So there will be underground parking here. Right now, the question is how much and what the mix of that parking will be. So those decisions will be made as we enter the design process, whereas the Belgian team, I should say, enters the design process to sort of refine what that will look like.
And so, like, you don't know how much will be open to the general public and even kind of what that will look like, but there will be a component for that. And I think you heard some feedback so far around access points.
Yeah, so on parking, we've heard the need for publicly accessible parking loud and clear. So we're working really hard to incorporate that and looking at the parking sort of number and mix as part of that. With regard to the bike lane, the access will be to the lane. So that should alleviate some of those concerns with the bike lane conflict.
Great, thank you. And then just over to Leah and Jeff. I mean, I think we'll hear quite a bit from the residents. I just wanted to double check your connection points back to the business association. I think I heard on one hand you have been reaching out, and then kind of from them a letter came forward that there wasn't enough conversation. I'm wondering if you circle back to them.
Yes, so we did provide all the information we had about the project to the BIA through a member of their board. Then they sent that letter, and then last week we met with their director, and we've committed to having more meetings with them through the design process to address any concerns that they have.
Yeah, and you've done the same with other key community groups like the League and
yes, that's correct. Yeah, we've committed to meeting with all of them again.
And will you kind of, I'm assuming there'll be more conversation once, assuming this, like once you have more concrete, but that's pending some of the decisions here.
Yeah, so design is pending the decision here, and so once this rezoning decision is made, then the design process will start, and that's really an opportunity to communicate again with all of those stakeholders to address their concerns.
And typically at this stage, design is not, is just not part of the process.
That's right, because we're using a standard zone.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang. I guess maybe to Leah. Belgian Developments has done a number of these projects in the city. Is it normally, I guess my concern is with the historical significance of the school, and so how have you approached these types of developments in the past? Is it the whole building you would look at reusing or purposing, or is it the facade? I'm concerned, is there any remediation required, asbestos, things like that you're aware of?
Yeah, I think maybe I'll just start with the historical side first. So just from a business perspective, we have a pre-leasing threshold in order to get construction financing. And that means that we have to have a number of executed leases in order to get construction financing. So to allow for some flexibility, we want to designate the building after we go through that process. And because we have a pretty large inventory of buildings similar to this, our intention is to, down the road, work with the city, the Heritage Department, get it on the inventory, and then work with the Historical Department to get it designated. The use of the building itself, we're still working through the design to determine what that tenant mix looks like. But right now we're looking at either an amenity space for the newer development or a mix of commercial tenants in there.
Okay. And the ones that you've completed in the city, how have those been completed? Like
In what respect, sorry?
Yeah, is it the whole building? Is it the facade? What?
Yeah, we'll work with the historical department to define the historical elements of that building, so it's different for every single asset.
Okay, but ones that you have completed, can you tell me, just give me a couple of examples what you have done?
I will defer that question to Croy.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, so it kind of comes in a range. There's like some of the buildings that we've done in the past, especially along Strathcona, have previously been listed on the historical inventory. And so those have like aspects that have to be or are already looked at to be designated. In terms of the designation process, typically it comes from like an exterior and then an interior perspective. So the historical items that are on the exterior will be listed and basically looked at.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt, but I'm just cognizant of my time. And the question that I'm asking is not how you're going to approach this project.
No, yeah, I'm speaking.
Yeah, on the map that you provided, showing the projects that you've had in the city, how have those been completed? Like what ends up of that historical resource?
There's been some buildings that were previously listed on the historical inventory, and then we went through the process of designating it. If we go through the process of designating it, there's exterior and interior elements, and that will be discussed through the heritage administration or the historical department. And then there's some that we have to go basically take it from listing it and then all the way up to designating it.
Okay, maybe I'll ask this a different way. What projects have you completed in the city?
Yeah, we've completed a lot. So there's Canadian Pacific Railway, which is right on Gateway Boulevard.
That's where
the Strathcona
MKT
Hotel. Sorry?
That's where MKT is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so you've saved the whole building there. Okay, another
correct,
example?
Yeah. The Strathcona Hotel, the whole building was saved there.
Okay.
That one had to go through a pretty extensive interior remodeling just because of the fire. Tipton Investment Building, which was a pretty small building and went through a pretty extensive remodeling just because structural damage. Richards Block, which went through extensive exterior rehabilitation and interior rehabilitation. Halbert Block, which is on the south side of White Avenue.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. So, yeah,
awesome.
Just to confirm that, yes, you have taken this approach in the past. It works. You've maintained that historical heritage of our city. And you also do get incentives as well, right? So
that's correct. Yeah, that's part of it for designating it is that we do get the opportunity to get the heritage incentives like you mentioned.
So that's your incentive for doing this. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I wanted to confirm what is on this site. If you went to maximum, what are you looking at?
I can answer that. Yeah, so I mean, all our plans that we've been looking at to date have been modeling with keeping the entire building. And then what we can build to the maximum height is an L-shaped building, or that's kind of what we're looking at. So an L-shape, so around the existing building, and that would be up to 8 stories.
What are the nearest buildings in the area in terms of height?
There's a building to the west that is 14 stories. That's just the tower right on the corner of 105th Street and 84th Avenue. The buildings to the east is a funeral home. That is, I would say, 1 story. And then the church that is on 84th Ave and 104th Street. And I believe that the max would be 2 stories.
And I believe there's the hotel on White Avenue that is that 8 or 6?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 8 though.
Okay. So how far down, if you were to go to 8 stories, how far down would you have to dig for an underground parkade? Like how many stalls of underground parking are you expecting here?
Yeah, so we're expecting about 90, and this is all preliminary. Like this is like rough drafts, and we're looking at about 90 stalls per floor, and like ish kind of thing. That's what it's working out to be. And then if we're aiming for a 0.7 to 0.8 parking ratio for residents, if that worked out, that would probably be about 3 stories of underground parkade. So that's kind of what we're aiming for if we did the 8-story.
Mm-hmm. Primarily, the opposition I've received has been around the impacts to the adjacent high-rise, the building just to the west, and including concerns ranging from viewscape to integration with the building to even the construction process of setback and how close you'll be able to go to that building. How are you thinking about that and integrating that feedback into your proposal?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have taken into consideration. We know that construction is it's quite intrusive on the neighbors, and that's not something that we've it's something that we have to deal with and work with on the community side of things. I know in the past, when especially working with contractors, there's limits on when they can work till, especially with noises, cranes, etc., etc.
I think it's more the structural integrity of how will you manage going down and digging and building an underground parkade adjacent to another underground parkade.
Yeah, so I mean, when we go to do these underground parkades, they have to go through like pretty extensive like structural documents or structural engineering documents, and where they have to get a bunch of approvals from a structural engineer, sign off to the city of Edmonton approving how we're undertaking the excavation of like the soil and the dirt and everything. So I'm not the best to mention of like exactly what is going to happen, and I can give it to Leah, but
I'll say that I can ask administration on that one. The other one,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I haven't had I've had a couple of questions about preservation of St. Anthony's, but I've also had more concern about preservation of the exterior. That is there a scenario here? People seem less concerned about the interior space, but that I think it's the McLaren building, is it? They took down the historic building and then they put up the historic brick face. They reintegrated it again. Like, are you set in the design that you have right now? Like, if it was a different design you wanted to look at that would be more pleasant to the neighbors, but maybe compromised the internal historic building, but then preserve the exterior, is today just the rezoning, or is today more information about what could be constructed here?
Yeah, that's definitely, so I mean, in terms of keeping the exterior, I think it's without a doubt that the original building, the 1905 area, would be kept. The exterior would be kept. In terms of like what the use is and what it could be, that is all up for interpretation. We don't know what's going to happen, but we know that our intentions is to keep that existing building.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Sorry if there's no time. Yeah.
Unless Councillor Jansen, you want to come back for a second round, but you have a chance to ask later. Okay, great. Thank you. I want to thank the applicant and the residents for coming forward today to speak. I'm going to turn over to speakers in opposition. And some of you are here in person, and I think most of you have heard the mayor with his preamble about public speaking. At this time, if you are in person, I call your name, please do come down and the clerk will direct you to your seat. Amy Zhu, speaking on behalf of Gary, Joanne, and Kaylee Zerka. You'll be speaker number 1. Ria Busink, on behalf of Carrie Brown, you're speaker number 2. Please do come down. Brenda White, you're speaker number 3. Speaker number 3, please come on down to that side. Tyler Yarenko, speaker number 4. Waltrold Greenor, sorry.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here, great. You're now speaker number 5. Mark Pearson, you're speaker number 6. Terrell Misek, online. Ms. Terrell, are you there? Terry? Terrell?
I am, yes, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Your speaker number 7, Ali Marston, speaker number 8. Leslie McMillan. Leslie, are you on?
Hello.
Hello, great, thank you. You're in speaker number 9. Livio,
Thank you.
Livio Fent. Livio.
Livio will not attend, but I do have his point in my presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. I will make that note. And speaker number 11 is Maria McGrath. Please come on down. And just a gentle reminder, you do have 5 minutes, and the lights on the podium right there will give you that indication. Green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last 1 minute, and red when your time is up. With that, I will invite Amy to please speak. Thank you. Please turn on your microphone.
Okay, hello, my name is Amy, and today I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 3 family members. I'm here to urge the council to oppose the rezoning of the St. Anthony's lot and instead support the local community. This lot is currently zoned for parks and services, which in my view allows for redevelopment that meets the growing needs of the community. My concern with rezoning this lot is that it could set a precedent that undermines the value of our parks and services zones, potentially leading to more areas being purchased with the sole intent to have them rezoned for profitability rather than community benefit. Strathcona is undergoing significant densification, with several rezonings already happening in the area. Only 3 blocks south, 2 20-story buildings are currently being built. This increase in population will require additional services to meet the needs of the community. Rezoning this lot pushes those services farther away or place even more strain on existing public services to meet those needs. If this site is rezoned, it is unlikely that it will ever return to a parks and services designation, which by definition is intended to serve educational, recreational, and community needs, all crucial elements of a 15-minute community. Allowing the rezoning would eliminate an invaluable resource for both the public and the community. Additionally, rezoning this lot would shift the responsibility of meeting community needs entirely onto government or pre-existing services. This decreases the competition and innovation of the private use sector in connecting communities. By removing privately owned designated spaces for parks and services, the public would be even further reliant on government-managed programs and facilities to fill the gap. This creates an unsustainable dependency on public resources to meet the needs that could otherwise be addressed through well-paced community spaces, leaving the city less nimble in addressing the diverse needs of its growing population. As someone who works with vulnerable populations, I can personally attest to the vital role that community spaces and services zones play. They are essential for fostering connection, providing support, and meeting the needs of not just residents but visitors to the area as well. I would love to see this lot redeveloped into something more than a parking lot and underused building. However, I believe that the developers should collaborate with the community to create something that addresses underserved needs and fosters a sense of connection. Given the lot's proximity to the Heritage District and the theater buildings, a cultural center or art gallery could be an excellent way to meet those needs, strengthen community ties, and draw in visitors to the area. Finding a use in current zoning flows seamlessly with the city's plan to create a greenway and highlight the character of this area and bring visitors to the zone. I feel it is also important to highlight the feedback that has been provided to council regarding this rezoning. Nearly 60 people have voiced their concerns, opposition, or expressed reservations and asked for more information before giving their support. This is a significant number, and while the administration and policy support the rezoning, it is essential to remember that each rezoning application should be evaluated on its individual merits, not just as blanket policy that disregards the community's input. The entire reason of having meetings like this today is to allow for engagement and review of the applications, of which the majority of the input has been negative and in opposition. 48 individuals have taken their time to send direct feedback opposing this rezoning, and that is something that deserves a strong response from council. I feel fortunate to be here today advocating for those in the area who weren't able to speak for themselves. By allowing this site to be redeveloped within the current Parks and Services zone, Belgian Development has the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the community and help the area flourish. When we allow private parks and services zones, we encourage diversification and competition to create innovative spaces. If council allows rezoning, it contradicts the city's 15-minute community plan, forcing residents to travel further for essential services and diminishing the community's access to the services they need to thrive. Encouraging 15-minute communities is about more than just increasing density. It is about ensuring residents have access to the services they need to live, learn, and connect within their own neighborhoods. This lot is already zoned to support that vision. Just because it is currently underutilized does not mean it should be rezoned to serve other purposes. It is already uniquely positioned to fulfill these essential community needs, and I would like to encourage Belgian to be innovative with the current rezoning as a parks and services lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Ria Busing, please go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity. On behalf of Carrie Brown, who is not available today, I am speaking against the application for rezoning, especially to its proposed height and density. I will address three categories of issues: physical safety, environmental safety, and cultural concerns. Regarding physical safety, the impact of the rezoning on vehicular and pedestrian traffic, compounded by current and proposed developments in the area, has not been studied adequately. A number of serious safety concerns that will arise from traffic congestion have not been addressed. This site is bounded north and south by one-way single-lane streets and includes one of the busiest bike lanes in the city. Next to the site, or in blocks immediately adjacent, there are a large health clinic, 2 dental clinics, and a funeral home. Construction across to the site for access to the site for large trucks and machinery for construction, and road closures during construction will present serious and significant safety risks to the area for both vehicles and pedestrians, especially those with disabilities and mobility challenges. Fire and ambulance access in this congested area is already an issue and will be worsened with the construction of this site. Environmental safety, noise pollution is already a serious and significant issue in this area, and this will intensify during construction. Also, no mention of mitigating light pollution has been addressed in the report, although this is a significant environmental and health issue in urban areas. Additionally, we have already seen the removal of numerous healthy mature trees from boulevards during similar construction in the area. The planning report does not address how mature healthy trees adjacent to this construction will be safeguarded. The planning report inaccurately states that the proposed rezoning to accommodate a 30-meter building would have minimal impact on the abutting Heritage House. The report's shadow analysis clearly shows that in all seasons, many units on the east side of Heritage House would be shaded for most of the day. Out of 60 frames, 16 frames in the analysis, 15 show the east side shaded. The proposed 30-meter building will also create a serious and significant wind tunnel. The proposal would allow for no alley or roadway separation between these two high-rise buildings, thus negatively impacting views from both sites. Lack of view outdoors presents a significant and serious risk to quality of life and property value. A major concern in regard to no alley or roadway separation is how residents of Heritage House will access their east side parking lot. Other concerns raised in emails include sewer and water infrastructure. Regarding cultural impact, the arts, cultural, and historic nature of this community is why the city and province promote Old Strathcona as a tourist destination and an asset to the city. Besides the services already mentioned, the immediate area also boasts a number of historical buildings, including a public library, a school, 2 churches, an Orange Hall, playhouses, and a farmer's market, besides the fringe barns and much frequented McIntyre Park. A multitude of festivals and special events occur in this area. Large-scale construction so close to these events will serve as a serious deterrent, potentially leading to relocation of some events and subsequent loss of revenue to local businesses. Upon completion, the crowding and loss of parking is likely to exacerbate this issue. I quote from a neighbor's email to council, "The province named this a provincial heritage district in 2007. Who is tasked with caring for and protecting arts, culture, and the special heritage culture of the Old Strathcona area. Other levels of government should not be abdicating their responsibility to maintain this historic area. I expect the City of Edmonton's elected officials to listen and represent their constituents and the public service of this city to respect the concerns of voices that were invited to this public engagement." End of quote. Residents in the area bought here deliberately because of what the area and its bylaws supported. Changing the bylaws is a breach of trust for those who bought in good faith. In conclusion, many of us who have communicated in writing to council advocate for a reduced height of 16 meters maximum, 4 stories, lower floor area ratio, and a larger mandatory setback.
Thank you, Ria. Brenda, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me out today. I've never done this before. I'm new to the area, but I worked in Strathcona when I worked at ATB. I'm here to speak about the issues of the multi-purpose building going up on the site that presently contains 5 parking and 2 buildings, one of which is a historical site, and the plaque says 1895 on that site. This proposed building will further displace parking, which they say is underutilized, but yet every day I walk by there, more than half of the lot has cars in it. And we don't have Christmas shopping, we don't have festivals, we don't have really anything going on right now in our neighborhood that will go on in the summer, which will further increase vehicle traffic. The residential building there are already 2 residential buildings going up on 81st Ave and 100th Street, with more expected, from my understanding. The buildings are built on a public parking lot, which takes up more space. People feel entitled to park in my apartment parking spot now. If you continue to take away parking spots, there will be times when I will come home and not be able to park. This concerns me, and further compounds problems for people, not only residents, but businesses in the area. Parking is important to residents and businesses. Money is given to the Chinese community right now to revitalize it. Please consider this impact before you'll have to revitalize the Old Strathcona area. Edmonton is known for its festivals. Our area is part of that draw. Parking is required for those to be flourishing. We worry about the economy of the small businesses in our area if they continue to displace parking. I know that other people are saying use bikes, but what about all the people that do drive from out of the city to come to these festivals? I'm also concerned about overcrowding and these rental units, the price of them. When I graduated from NAIT in 1997, I could obtain employment, housing, and I was able to raise my children. Today, my children are further educated than myself, and they do not have the same degree of privileges that my education, which is lower than theirs, provided me. Is that what we want for the future of Edmonton? Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Tyler Uremko, and I'm here as a concerned resident of the Old Strathcona area. I'd like to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning. Rezoning decisions have long-term consequences that affect the character, sustainability, and livability of our city. This proposal raises a few concerns and merit serious consideration. Community impact. The rezoning would alter the established character of our neighborhood. The increased housing density in the surrounding area is still very much in progress, with multiple high-rise buildings being constructed. And it is already a busy area once these have been built. Will we have proper amenities for the new people in the area? Our community values the balance we currently have, and this change risks eroding the very qualities that make it desirable. Currently, there are not many year-round attractions, and from a younger adult point of view, the only thing there to do is go get drunk, go to festivals, go to a theater. We need to increase things for us to do there other than that, and I believe that the current zoning has that ability. There is also many different empty storefronts there that are already available to be used for businesses, and I think we need to encourage businesses to come in and not just increase densification. The infrastructure strain. Our current infrastructure, roads, public transit, and utilities is already under stress. Introducing higher density or new development without proper upgrades risks overburdening these systems, leading to diminished quality of life for residents. The roads surrounding this lot are all one-way and make travel in the area hard already. The proposed changes to White Ave and 83rd pedestrian corridor reduce the transportation possibilities. The proposed rezoning lot is a large parking lot that is used quite a lot through the summer and during the many festivals and events in the area. Taking away this reduces the amount of people who can visit and attend everything in this area. And the public sentiment. As someone deeply involved in the community, I can attest that many residents are opposed to this change. It is essential that Council's decisions reflect the voices and concerns of the people most directly affected. I urge the Council to carefully weigh these impacts and consider alternative solutions that align with both the needs of current residents and the broader goals of the city. Let us prioritize thoughtful planning and sustainable growth that preserves the integrity of our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and attention. I trust you'll make the best decision for the community as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you. Next we have Waltraud, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name, Greenor.
Good afternoon, I'm Trudy Greenauer. I have lived in Heritage House as a direct neighbour of the development site since 2007. I would like to address 3 points: the heritage character of the area, the value of the current parks and services zoning, and the impact on owners and residents of Heritage House condominiums. First, Calgary Trail, the primary corridor under consideration here, is quite different in this particular area from Edmonton's usual traffic corridors. It has an open, almost park-like character with mature boulevard trees and many historic buildings and houses. It feels spacious due to Lighthorse Park, the rail corridor, and Wilbert McIntyre Park. The Knox Church and Strathcona Library are historic gems in this section of Calgary Trail. This carefully preserved historic character along Calgary Trail in the heart of the theatre district should not be put in jeopardy by development whose potential footprint is half a city block. With the proposed height, the development would effectively be a massive barrier between the heart of Old Strathcona and its western part. In this sensitive area, any zoning higher than 16 meters is not appropriate. Secondly, the planning report has not addressed any of the concerns current residents have raised about traffic that is already very problematic. It does not consider the rapid overall changes happening in this area, nor future impacts from the Old Strathcona public realm strategy. Let's slow down here and consider the future needs of a rapidly growing community. Multiple developments with intense density have been started south of White Avenue, in addition to several new rental buildings on White Ave itself. To make a 15-minute walkable district work for the increased population of the area, we need to set aside space for community hubs and public services. Once we give up the parks and services zoning, we won't get it back. It is intended to serve educational, recreational, and community needs. Alternatively, we should consider an urban facilities zoning. Both PS and UF have a height restriction of 16 meters. This site is perfectly situated for complementing the theater district with community, health, and public services. Lastly, I particularly object to the statement in the planning report that the proposed zoning would have minimal impact on the abutting property of Heritage House. Like me, many current owners at Heritage House have lived here for decades. We have put our life savings into our units and been a big part of creating community in Old Strathcona. A high-rise of 30 meters in such close proximity will impact our quality of life significantly. The shadow analysis shows that the lower units on the east side of Heritage House would be shaded for most of the day in all seasons. Out of 16 frames in the analysis, 15 have the east side shaded. Currently, we get direct morning sunlight in all seasons, which is a major attraction of the building for buyers, renters, and residents. There's nothing stopping the developer from putting an unbroken facade directly at the western boundary of the site. This would mean all the lower units of Heritage House would be staring at a wall spanning the whole block between 83rd and 84th Avenue. As sunlight and views will be severely diminished and a wind tunnel may be created between the buildings, owners will face a much reduced enjoyment of their units and balconies. We can expect that the value of units in floors 2 to 8 and possibly up to our 10th floor will decrease dramatically. A decrease of 20% or more compared to current sale prices is very likely. Achievable rents will similarly decrease for those owners who are landlords. This will probably happen without tax valuations decreasing in the same way, thus doubly punishing owners. At least 21, possibly 27 units would be affected. In conclusion, I respectfully urge you to consider the sensitive historic nature of the area and the needs of a rapidly growing population around White Avenue. Please maintain the current PS zoning or consider a UF zoning to serve current and future residents alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. Mark Pearson, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mark Pearson. I've been a lifelong resident in and around Old Strathcona, and I viewed with some alarm what I've seen is overdevelopment in many cases. I know densification is the new buzzword. 15-minute communities. We're a 10-minute community. We passed that a long time ago. But I want to talk about something just a little bit different here. Many years ago, there was another city council who sat in your places, and they were faced with a very difficult decision. And that decision was, should we develop the river valley or should we save it? Now, I suspect if we had the current administration, that decision would be build, build, build. We need the tax income, and we have to densify. But you know what? They looked at the situation and understood that there was a future ahead, a future for that river valley where people could enjoy it and use it for many years to come. And they took what was probably a difficult decision. I'm certain there were probably developers and builders who wanted that area to be developed, and yet there was a city council who had foresight, and realized there's more to anything than just densification and the bottom line. You're facing now, in a way, a similar decision. and you are probably under pressure to densify, and obviously administration is determined to push this ahead. We right now are facing a tsunami of traffic that is coming not only from 80th Avenue when that is finished. We know there's other projects. I look at 89th Ave and 99th Street. There's a great chunk of land. Now, had that been proposed there, you might have gotten some support from the area. But putting this 8 to 10 story chunk of concrete in the middle of the arts and theater community, and then suggesting this is a good idea, it is the wrong location. It is the wrong project for this. There are so many good things they could do with it that would get community support. They are surrounded by theaters. You've got the Rapid Fire. You've got the Strathcona, the Walterdale, the Arts Barn. All of this is built on the fact that Old Strathcona is the theater and arts center of Edmonton. It is the oldest community, I believe, in Edmonton, with its unique culture. Anything you do with it should be done with a scalpel and not with a meat cleaver and a sledgehammer. This project that is being proposed should be a non-starter to begin with. But here we are discussing it. I'm asking you to think about the future of the area, the arts community that it is, and what brings people. I promise you that people coming for the Fringe Festival, for example, from all around the world are not going to walk down and marvel at this 8 to 10 story lump of concrete. When you bring your kids and your children down there and you're walking around, will you point at that and say, hey kids, we made this possible? There's something very, very special, very magical about the Old Strathcona area, and it's intangible in some ways and tangible in others. Do something good with this piece of property. Now, I can also tell you, just from watching it, this is a well-used parking lot. There are many times where it's mostly filled during the weekends. And during the week, people are coming and going constantly, going to their doctors or in and around. I have people tell me why they don't come to the Old Strathcona area. They have trouble finding parking. So I understand somebody said there was 3,500 places to park. Well, good Lord, I wish I could find them. But in any event, there's better uses that will enhance the Old Strathcona area, make it something special. Do not put this lump of concrete in the center of one of the most special areas in Old Strathcona. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Terrell Mysak. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and councillors. I've lived in the Old Strathcona and Mill Creek's North District for about 40 years. Because I like the historic, arts, and cultural focus. The city and volunteers worked to polish and protect this designation in the 80s and 90s. And at the city's request, it was named a provincial historic district. Online, we see provincial, city, and community sites proudly inviting visitors to a unique Edmonton area. For residents and visitors alike, these few blocks provide relaxed strolling from a historic library to the Old Strathcona Farmers Market to White Avenue businesses. Today, the parking lots at the proposed redevelopment can fill midweek through the weekend. This is recognized by city citizens as a local escape. At what point will we destroy the reasons why people came here? Why build higher than White Avenue within the historic building, within the historic area? This question might have a response of not in my backyard, but could there be other reasons for the question? Since submitting this initial response to the city clerk mid-January, I've had the opportunity to take a hop-on, hop-off bus tour on the city of Miami. Bayside Market, restored Art Deco architecture, the stadium where the Miami Heat basketball team play, and the stop for my group, Little Havana. A pleasurable stroll up and down a few blocks of historic buildings, art murals, art galleries, music coming from the Ball and Chain music venue, a longtime home of the Latin Grammy Awards. We finished our evening by having a traditional Cuban meal at a restaurant there. So it was a place to relax, enjoy, make memories, and strengthen friendships and working relationships. That hop-on, hop-off bus has left me reflecting on how I feel about the community I live in. It's challenging to describe what makes the feelings or the vibe or the flavor of a community. But we know as humans whether it's a good vibe or a bad one, whether we can get there easily, whether it's safe, is it interesting and enjoyable enough to bring the family? If the experience includes a feeling of restriction, shade, height, brought about by high rises or looking at concrete walls, I won't choose that as an interesting, historic, small town escape, a place to experience the arts and to learn more about those who came before us and the stories of our ancestors, to imagine the stories of our ancestors. So something I've recently learned about the Heritage House condo site is that the first wife of Laurent Garneau was buried on this site at the St. Anthony's Church. It's made, thinking about the Garneaus, made me think about the people who inhabited this site before them. So the Papachaise people, why are they no longer here? It makes me wonder about what I see in the neighborhood. Are some of the unhoused people related to some of their former ancestors who were originally here? So the feeling of a neighborhood can inspire people to be better humans or not. We underestimate the power that we have to sense and feel and choose to go somewhere because it makes us feel good. In Little Havana, I saw and felt evidence of caring and consideration, of hard work, pride, well-being, and appreciating others. Do we want to support the uniqueness of neighborhoods?
Thank you very
much. Or would every
Thank you very much.
Be named multi-use neighborhood?
Apologies, your time is up. I'm sure council member will come to you to finish. Thank you. Next, we have Lee Marston, please.
Oh, I'm not even sure.
Good afternoon, council members. I would like to address the proposed rezoning and potential development of a high-rise in Old Strathcona, a decision that has far-reaching implications for the community, culture, and history of the area. Mr. Jans's political stance is outlined in a guest post on albertapolitics.ca on March 3, 2024, emphasizes the importance of building a city that serves all ages, wages, and stages by prioritizing the public interest. He advocates for a shift toward vertical development rather than suburban sprawl, believing that such approaches can foster healthier, happier urban environments. While this vision is worth consideration, it's crucial that the development of new housing be balanced with the preservation of the unique character that defines Old Strathcona. Old Strathcona is one of Edmonton's few recognized historic districts, known for its eclectic mix of boutiques, art galleries, music shops, cafes, restaurants, and cultural institutions. The area has a distinctive bohemian energy that draws both residents and tourists, contributing greatly to the city's cultural fabric. The current and planned densification efforts, while well-intended, risk eroding the very qualities that make Old Strathcona special. The space in question, if developed thoughtfully, has the potential to enhance the area and extend the cultural vibrancy currently found along White Avenue, the Farmers Market, and McIntyre Park. Instead of another high-rise with limited cultural or historical value, we could create a space that celebrates community, culture, and creativity, perhaps with park space that could host cultural events, pop-up art installations, and more, further enriching the area's attraction. This kind of development would not only increase the appeal of Old Strathcona, but it would also attract more tourism, which would in turn generate additional tax revenue for the city. In contrast, a high-rise would primarily increase population density without adding any meaningful cultural or historical value. On a personal level, I'm concerned about the direct impact this development will have on my quality of life. The construction of a high-rise would block the sunlight I currently receive to about an hour each day in June. Reframing that, it means 11 months of the year there will be no direct sunlight. Additionally, the view of Old Strathcona, a key aspect of the enjoyment of my property, would be lost. This would have a significant negative impact on the value of my property, a financial loss I can't afford. Furthermore, the decision to convert 83rd Avenue into a one-way street has already resulted in increased traffic congestion, and the addition of the proposed high-rise will only exacerbate it. If plans to change the traffic flow on White Avenue proceed, the result will be traffic spilling over into surrounding streets, including 83rd Avenue, making the situation even more untenable. Adding to this concern is the proposed rezoning application for 10448 84 Avenue, which again does not support the preservation of the historic and cultural nature of this area. The rezoning would further compound safety and infrastructure challenges, as well as further devalue the aesthetic and functional characteristics that make this neighborhood so desirable. I urge Mr. Jantz to remain true to his promise of putting the public interest first. I hope he, along with all other City Council members, to consider carefully the voices of those of us who live in the area and work to preserve the qualities that make Old Strathcona a special place for all Edmontonians. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Leslie McMillan online, please.
Hello. I have serious concerns about the proposed rezoning and development being considered in my beautiful neighborhood. I've lived here for 30 years. Out of every area in Edmonton, I was attracted to this area, likely for the same reasons many Edmontonians and tourists are. It's an arts and culture district, eclectic, bohemian, and vibrant, with a 130-year-old history and rich heritage, unlike any other neighborhood in Edmonton. It has an old world walking town, European feel. How many areas of Edmonton can be described this way? It is perhaps the gem of our city, along with our river valley. I would like to remind council members that the public feedback so far shows overwhelming opposition to this proposed plan. So if you are listening to what the people want, they are speaking loud and clear. The way I see it, here are the reasons for and against this plan. Reasons for: number one, vertical densification. Reasons against: number one, putting an 8-story building inside this provincially designated historically significant heritage arts and culture zone. This space should remain a parks and services zone. Development should be limited to 3 to 4 stories in keeping with the original plan in Bylaw 20409. There are several vacant lots in the nearby area already. Why not put a tower or a high-rise there? Why not put in something on this prime land that will enhance the area, not detract from it? It could be another jewel in the crown of Old Strathcona Heritage District. Let's be creative and forward-thinking. What would people like to see here? The answer is not a residential high-rise if you look at the feedback already received. Charter Bylaw 20409 addresses preservation, limiting building heights, maintaining heritage character, and a pedestrian-friendly atmosphere. Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy proposes district parks, affordable housing, and enhanced pedestrian infrastructure. City Council has promised increased parks and cultural centers. 2, has the wind tunnel effect been looked at by architects or engineers? It is already bad at Heritage House next door. Another block tower right beside will make matters much worse. We need to consider the use of this area to keep it safe and comfortable for everyone that is already enjoying it. Putting 2 block towers together will amplify the wind tunnel, creating uncomfortable and unsafe conditions for the pedestrians and bike lane users. Do city planners conduct urban wind studies before approving developments? 3, if you look, you'll see this area is already filled to the brim with apartment buildings. Plus, 3 huge residential towers have already been approved for construction a couple blocks away within the provincially designated historically significant zone. We do not need additional densification here in this area. 4, it is already a nightmare navigating the traffic with very busy main arteries to the city, one-way streets, well-used bike lanes, and summer streets. Adding hundreds of new people and cars will only make matters worse and cause an overflow of traffic onto residential streets of 105 Street and 83rd Ave and laneways. The only way to currently get out of my building and go west is to go around the block through an alleyway. It can take 20 minutes during peak times now. It might be a good idea to wait and see how all the new developments impact the area before approving another one. Note, parking is difficult during peak times and events and weekends. 5, people who bought property in this area were told that there would be no buildings above 3 stories in this area. This new bylaw is a breach of trust. The proposed development will decrease the quality of life and property value of many of the current residents. 6, we need more green space, parking areas, wider sidewalks, not more cars and people. 7, our city needs affordable housing. The proposed development is not affordable housing. Please put public interest first. This is a fragile decision, one that can make or break one of Edmonton's gems. It will not be able to be undone. I urge you to keep this as a parks and services zone. Thank you for your consideration and for making a wise decision that will be in the higher good of all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Maria McGrath, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you, council members. Firstly, apologies, I've not had a lot of time to research this. And secondly, I think I'm going to be boring you a bit by repeating some of the details, but here I go anyway. I'm a nurse at the University Hospital, and I've lived all over the world, but my family have, in one shape or another, lived in Heritage House, which is the building right next to and west of this proposed site, for over 30 years, and we've always loved the neighbourhood. It is my home, and it reminds me so much of Dublin, where I grew up. Old Strathcona has a very rich heritage. It's dated back more than 130 years before it became part of Edmonton proper. It's a vital historical and arts district in our city. The heritage value of Old Strathcona Provincial Historic Area lies in the pre-World War I commercial and social development of one of Alberta's most significant early communities. Its architectural richness and the integrity of its historic buildings is unlike most in other areas of Edmonton. The preservation of this heritage area is fundamental to maintaining Edmonton's cultural identity and should take precedence over hasty densification projects and efforts. The Charter Bylaw 20409 from 2017, which I know has been amended in 2023, it specifically addresses the Old Strathcona's commercial district from 85th Avenue North from 83rd Avenue North down to 81st Avenue South. And this restricts heights of buildings to 20 meters and the angle of shadow to be no more than 35 degrees. This is a way of protecting pedestrians along White Avenue and enhancing the heritage site and the street nature and character. 83rd Avenue and 84th Avenue are a vital part of the theatre district. People walk along there all the time. Anyway, the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy, which Councillor Jans has actually online, further supports this vision through recommendations for district parks, affordable housing, and enhanced pedestrian infrastructure and dedicated rapid transit lanes. According to the Alberta Provincial Historical Resources Regulation, the Old Strathcona Provincial Historical Area was designated in 2007 and covers approximately 5 city blocks from 85th Avenue North, south to 80th Avenue, and east from 102nd Street to west on 106th Street. This, although it doesn't technically, if you look at the outline on the map, cover this area, its spirit is to protect the nature of White Avenue and the heritage of this area. Approval of any bylaw allowing yet another large block, L-shape or otherwise, building of cement into this area would be an absolute violation of the spirit of that designation. Old Strathcona already contributes significantly to Edmonton's density and affordable housing goals. At the same time, I've always appreciated how developers have strived to keep pedestrian experience at the forefront of their developments. The LRT corridor presents a far more suitable location for intensive development given their existing transit infrastructure. Just to briefly talk about traffic, the proposed development raises serious traffic concerns for me, not only because the developments on the south side of White Avenue at 81st Avenue have 3 large buildings, which is 500 units. We're talking about almost 500 cars, if not more. There's no way for them to get going north unless they're prepared to wait at lights going over to Gateway Boulevard to go north. No, like me, they're going to go up 105th Street, which is the way I always go. 105th Street is a very small road. It has a school on it. It goes to Saskatchewan Drive. It will so irritate congestion in the area that it's going to be unsafe at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Oh, I'm done.
You're
I'm out of time, it seems. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Recognizing a few of you is your first time. Well done. And at this time, I'll ask council members to sign on to ask questions of speakers in opposition. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Tang, and first just thanks to everyone for being here. I heard a lot of first timers as well, and so always appreciate folks taking the time to come out. Just because I want to try to dig into a few questions, I got the sense, is everyone in opposition here today from Heritage House? Or is there anyone not? Okay, there are a few. I see a few hands. I see. Okay, I just wanted to get a sense of, because I heard a lot of folks mentioning that they live in Heritage House, which is great, and I understand we might have some conversations about that. I also just want to chat more broadly with some of the other folks. So I think I saw speaker number 3 said they're not from Heritage House. So I'll just pick on them to start. I think that's Ms. White. Wanted to ask, because I'm feeling a little bit some tension here, because I get so I'm going to focus on traffic first, because I think, when I think about this site, which from what I've heard from a number of you is an underutilized site, a building, but heavily utilized parking lot. By leaving it as a parking lot, it feels like we continue to just encourage the most amount of driving possible. So if our goal is to try to address traffic safety, congestion, I think one of the ways to do that is to not have a lot of surface level parking lots, because that encourages people from afar to come into an area. And so Whiteout's always going to have people coming from afar, but to me, it feels like we want to try to encourage more people to be in and around living in the area so they can go walk to the amenities that we already have. So maybe I'll let you start, Ms. White. You said you don't live in the Heritage House, so your thoughts on traffic congestion, because I'm feeling a little struggle on this right now.
My unit backs onto a laneway in behind the Winners off of 80th. And oftentimes, if I leave my parking spot, I come home and have no parking. Right now, we have parking that you're going to eliminate. So the more, I'm not against building things, but I'm against the thought of eliminating parking that presently underutilizes what we already have in the area. I need to drive because my granddaughter lives in Calgary, my son lives in Calgary, and I have friends all over Alberta. So I need a car, I need to drive. I would like to come home and not have to deal every time with somebody parking in my space. People seem to think that they're privileged to park wherever they want in that area. But that's really unfair to the people who live there.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. So now I'll have some questions for the folks from Heritage House, because I hear the conversation around preserving heritage, and again, I think where maybe I'm feeling a little bit confused is that, so I understand there's a heritage building on the site, but I also think, you know, a parking lot is not heritage. That is not something that I feel is adding to the vibrancy or the beauty that most of this area has. We've talked about the parks that you've raised, all of those other pieces. So why does this currently add, like, it feels like some folks are saying this is preferable to a place where more people can call home, a mixed-use development where, you know, I think about the Oliver Exchange, which Beljan did, and the vibrancy that has added to the intersection of 121st Street and 102nd Ave. It went from a nothing space to now one of the most busy spots in sort of the central area. So anyone that lives in Heritage, I'd love to get your thoughts on sort of why the status quo feels like a better solution. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to go back.
Anyone?
Well, please forgive me, but I wanted to go back to your saying that getting rid of parking there was going to be desirable. It would attract more walking. But the company itself says they're going to replace that parking with parking. So it's ironic, and that you would. It's not much.
I think because a lot of residents have said they want it, and that was why they're looking to get back. Although I would,
It was your comment.
Yeah.
That's all I want to speak to. You're right. It's a very special area, and it requires kid gloves to deal with it. I'll just say it. It's the wrong project in the wrong place. We know there's a tsunami of other projects are going to come online. There's other land available in Old Strathcona. The traffic that is going to be coming off of those new buildings on 80th and 81st will be overwhelming to begin with. There's a school there with a whole bunch of kids going back and forth, and people racing back and forth and filling the streets with cars. Not going to make anything any safer. But when it comes to the actual area itself, this is an arts and theater community, and not something.
I'm out of time, but I'll come back to that.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you for round two, and I think some folks online also wanted to speak to that. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I wanted to go to guest Tyler first. I think I heard from almost everybody that they would prefer a building that is 4 stories. Is that, when you were talking about what you'd like to be built there, is that what you were alluding to as well?
Yeah, so my thoughts for the area is keeping it in the zone, and I'm not against development. I think it is an underutilized parking lot, but I think making it a heritage area, have a museum, have art gallery, you could go 4 stories, but keep it to the size of the buildings around it. Just north of the proposed area, it's single family homes.
So if it was a 4-story apartment building on this lot, you would be comfortable with it?
I don't think that we need to increase residential housing right now. There's a ton of residential housing being developed right now, and I think my thought is more holding off on residential housing until we see the effects in the area.
I think the concern is the metrics we have are that it does seem like there's more housing being built, but there's 50,000 people per year moving to Edmonton. In the last 3 years, we've gone up 150,000 people. That's 1.5 times Sherwood Park being added to Edmonton just in the last 3 years. Vacancy rates around the area are very low. It does seem like we are toward quite far along toward the housing crisis, and council declared a housing emergency. So I'm worried if we pause residential construction. So I guess, are you seeing something different than I am maybe, or?
So my thoughts are, like, there's all this talk about 15-minute city. I currently have to drive to Leduc for work, right? Like, we don't have all the amenities, and I have to go to Kalmar for a doctor. Like, we don't have the amenities in the area to support the people that are there. So
you have to drive to Kalmar for a doctor.
Yeah, I'm driving an hour. I'm going to a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I have to drive to Kalmar for a 15-minute appointment. So that's why I'm saying is I don't think we need to densify in residential. We need to densify in the services that we have in the area.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate.
Affordability-wise, White Ave already isn't an affordable area, and I understand building, you have a surplus, it lowers the cost, but it's one of the most desired areas in the city, and we're not going to get affordable housing with this development. With the new ones that are coming in, they're not going to be affordable, right?
Yeah.
Like,
the
affordable places will have to be further away from central areas.
Yeah. I believe the church site in the corner is looking at demolishing the church and putting up affordable housing. I think that's been a conversation for a long time. I'm not sure where they're at on it, but that might be more of the affordable housing there. But I appreciate your feedback there. I was going to ask sort of Amy as well, when you were saying, what you would like to see here, maybe a similar question, would a 4-story apartment building be what you had in mind? Is it something different?
Well, I mean, I agree. Like, I'm not against densification. I'm not against, like, adding more of these highly densified buildings. But what I am against is this is a parks and services zone. It is meant to meet community needs, specifically for, like, educational reasons, cultural reasons. I'm not coming here, like, I'm a young adult, like, we live paycheck to paycheck. I'm not coming here every day to fight council on rezonings. I didn't fight for any of the 3 rezonings that are 20-story buildings going up, a block away from here. But this is a parks and services zone. I work in community health, and I work connecting people with resources. I see how reliant people are on government to meet those needs and how far stretched. Like, we're currently referring people with wait lists of 6 months to community resources. And I think when we have these spaces, looking at, like, what they can serve, like, I'm not against Belgian redeveloping this area, but I'm against the change of zoning for the redevelopment. So for me, like, a 4-story.
That's where I'm a little bit. I'll have to come back for a second round, but I need some clarity what we would be looking for. But thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Maybe Miss, is it Duze? Wait, okay. So, like, right now, it is zoned for parks and services, but right now it's a parking lot. So isn't having some sort of a development going in there that takes that parking underground, like, doesn't that improve the area at all? And especially if they're going to be doing something with the school site?
Again, like, I'm not against the redevelopment of this lot. I do agree it's a parking lot. Like, to me, the parking issue is not as high of a issue. But it's a parks and services zone. It's meant to meet those cultural needs. Like, an art gallery could go there, a cultural center. I know there used to be, like, a community kind of league or building at that location that's been underused. And I think what I would like is for Belgian to work within the current zoning to redevelop that lot to increase vibrancy and community resources, a place where people can connect.
And I know last year it was being used as sort of an artist hub and school and as well. So yeah, I mean, that's you know, that'd be a great use for that one building, but then we still got the whole big giant parking lot and.
Well, I think
and
that would
older
be
part of the
something
school.
that would be nice to see them redevelop. You know, the entire lot could be utilized to create like a park space or one of those buildings I spoke about. I'm not advocating today for the use of that parking lot. That wasn't a part of my speech. I'm advocating for the Parks and Services zone itself and the buildings and possibilities that could be used within that to redevelop the entire lot. I would be happy to see the whole thing be redeveloped to an art building or a cultural center or something that brings connection to both the land and attracts visitors to the area. I think that aligns with the city's plan for building their greenway and trying to really make this area like a tourist attraction. I think that the current zoning is the best use to do like an attraction or bring people to the area. A residential building, in my opinion, you're going to be bringing the people that live there. It's not adding people to the area that are coming from out of town to go see this building.
But if people are living there in the area, that's less people that have to come from other areas to find that parking. If people are already interested, like to want to live in that area because of festivals and theater and whatnot, and wouldn't that be a great place for them to live? Isn't that why a number of you live there?
Yes, like I'm not arguing against why people love Strathcona. It's again for the Parks and Services zone. That is my point of advocation today.
Okay, and I just want to next go to Ms. Bazink? You had mentioned about the east parking lot, so I pulled up Google Maps, and I just not having access to the, so Heritage House is the 13-story building right on the corner, right? Okay. And then you access the parking lot to the east from 84th Avenue, but you said you're going to lose that without having alley access. I don't understand if you could expand on that.
There is an alley.
If you don't mind turning on your mic, please, so that folks online
It's
can hear.
on.
Oh, perfect.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll move forward.
Thank you.
There is an alley that we can take from 83rd Street and, from 83rd Avenue across to 84th Avenue, and then we go west on 84th Avenue, and that gives us access into our parking lot.
Okay,
We're concerned about what the access is going to be, not only because of the building going up and how that will change, but also because of how busy it will be.
Okay, I'm seeing the alley access there. Okay, but you're not going to lose total access to it. And yeah, I think my doctor's office is over that way. I've parked in that parking lot to the south. And I do realize that people were moving in and out of your east side parking lot. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't thinking you were losing total access to it. You'd still have access off of 84th Ave.
That's one way.
Yeah. There's only one way that we can get onto 84th Avenue when we're coming from the west, and that is to go east on 83rd, and then north on the alley, and then west on 84th.
Okay. Okay, maybe I'm not clear, and I'm just about out of time. You can access the parking lot off of 84th Avenue, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who took the time to be with us today and to share your perspectives. Really appreciate that. And I'll start with, I'll actually just go back to our first speaker, to Amy. You know, I wanted to just get some further clarity around your desire to see sort of the current zoning realized or activated, or uses that are existing come to fruition. I guess one of the questions I have is if those types of uses are not viable and potentially need a housing component to make them viable. I'm looking in the proposed zone, things like childcare, community services, special events, it's also allowed in the proposed zone. But being able to have a mixed use component, I can imagine that might unlock some of those uses and actually make them an option. So is it the housing component that is problematic, or I'm just trying to understand, given that there are some similar uses in both the existing zone and the proposed.
I'm not against like the housing aspect of this redevelopment. Like my advocacy is more against the for the parks and services zones. Some
Can
of
I
those
ask what's
building
specifically
types.
in the parks and services zone?
Pardon?
What's specifically in the parks and services zone?
So the things like the cultural center, like art galleries, heritage buildings, those sort of things. Like again, I'm not an expert. This isn't my full-time job, but I am advocating for council to consider that this is a really good location for that. It's what it's currently zoned for. It's not the best use of the current lot. I'm not arguing that it is what it is today. But I believe that there's a lot of potential here. I don't believe there would be struggling to make like an arts building or cultural center work in this area because it is the arts and theater district. I think there's a lot of densification in this area that is to be supported. It's again that this is a parks and services zone specifically for those types of buildings.
Okay.
And it's something that I think we are actually lacking in this area already. And there would be no promise if we make it a mixed use zone that it would become, you know, an art gallery or something like that. It could easily just be like storefronts or something like that.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. And I don't suppose, I don't know the answer to this. Maybe other folks in the room do. Do we know how long it's been a surface parking lot? Does anyone? Seeing nod or shaking heads. Maybe I'll go to speaker.
It's been there
Maria.
like that for more than 30 years. I know that.
More than 30 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'm just going to jump over to speaker Iremko. Thank you so much. I know you've answered a number of questions so far. One of the things that you mentioned really kind of jumped out to me. You were really urging for thoughtful planning and sustainable growth. And I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on what, when you speak about sustainable growth, what does that look like? What does that mean for you?
So yeah, for sustainable growth, I think rather than changing a bunch of stuff at once, you know, we have multiple developments already in progress. I think you need to take a planned approach where it's, okay, we got one, let's see the impact. And then we got another, let's see the impact. If we just keep piling on stuff in 5 years when all the development's done, when the buildings are put up, how feasible is it to use transit down that area? How feasible is it to drive down that area? How feasible is it to walk and bike safely? Already, like crossing White Ave in some areas, in like as a pedestrian, as a bike rider, in a car, it's very dangerous as is. And I think by adding, you know, all this densification, which again, I'm not against. I know we're growing as a city, and we need to expand and have more housing. Especially for the younger crowd that is like growing up in the city. But I think we need to evaluate, yeah, we might have housing, but how are people going to get to their doctor office? How are people going to get to school? How are people going to get to work? Because currently, I don't think our transit system has great use right now. It's dangerous, ineffective. You can wait 15 minutes for a bus and there goes your 15-minute city. You're sitting at a bus stop. So I think using this area instead of more housing, I think it needs to be used as something for the community, whether that's, you know, doctor's office, a daycare, heritage.
And
cultural.
I'm out of time, so I'll have some follow-up questions for administration. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We don't have any other speakers on the list. For the members of the public, please do stay. There may be further questions when we come back. So now we'll turn to questions for administration. Councillor Jans, would you like to start since you selected this item? Please go ahead.
Just getting on the board there. May I go? Oh, may I go?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I just want to ask administration here. There seems to be a proximity concern to Heritage House that we've heard about today and I've heard about in emails. How do we navigate the setbacks or any of those concerns about proximity, sun shadow, etc.? what's the consideration here?
Councillor Jans, Claire here. If I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 4. We have some visuals that might just help with this. So there is an existing parking lot for Heritage House, east side of Heritage House, west side of the proposed development. That parking lot, so in its current state, that's about 18 meters wide. The required setback for the medium scale zone on the ground is 3 meters. On that side of the property, above 23 meters in height, there would be required an additional 3 meters. So you're looking at 21 meters on the ground of separation distance and 24 when you're higher in the air. So now if Heritage House was redeveloped as a medium scale zone, the setbacks would be 3 meters on both sides. Likewise, and we would consider that an appropriate transition.
Okay, so there would be space there, and do we know how that would, like, is the massing you're showing on the slide right now, that's just the allowable FAR, that's not a guarantee that they would go with that. Like, for example, the developer could go with a higher, or can they go higher, or is that the maximum height if they wanted to go tall and thin instead of rectangular?
So yeah, a concept like that is shown on the left model. So the maximum height is 30 meters, roughly 8 stories. They could take their setbacks a little bit. They could take greater setbacks on the west side. We've heard from the applicant that they want to introduce some parking on the west side. So given the current site conditions, the separation distance between the two buildings is an appropriate transition.
So the maximum they could go under this zone would be 8 stories. They can't go up to 14 like Heritage House?
No, this is H30, 30 meters, which is translates to roughly 8 stories.
Right. Now, does this conform with the district planning we passed earlier this year?
It does. It's within a primary corridor. The district policy supports mid-rise throughout a primary corridor. Mid-rise is considered anywhere from 5 stories to 8 stories.
And we had a historic relay for the old Strathcona area. Does that apply to this property?
It does not. It's just shy of this, so it's not within the boundary of the old provincial historic area.
So it's the property south of on 82nd Avenue. Is that correct? Not north of 83rd.
That's correct. So
okay.
slide 2, actually, clerks, if we could pop over there, you could see the boundary quite clearly. But yeah, south of 83rd, east of 104th, kind of zigs and zags. Slide 2, yeah. So the provincial historic area is all in pink there, and you can see our site is in red.
Do we know with the new bus rapid transit plan coming down Wood Avenue where there would be bus rapid transit stop?
Councillor, that's currently under review. We don't have the exact locations, but some general understanding.
Okay. And the Sidex building that's on 81st Ave, that's been mentioned a couple times now. How many units of housing is that going to bring to the area?
That first phase, just let me look it up here. Well, the total is 495. What's the first phase? 180 in the building that's under development right now.
Okay, yeah. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So I wanted to go back maybe just to one quick question from Councillor Jans, because I appreciate that when the district planning was done, we said 5 to 8 stories, and I just wanted to get a better sense if you can share some of the history on that, recognizing that we are talking about a parcel of land adjacent to a 14-story building, why we didn't look to go, say, higher than the mid-rise in a location like this. What was sort of, because I do think there was a lot of work behind that. I think even when Plan White started, that probably leads into this, but can you share some of that?
Councillor Knack, can you maybe reframe the question for me? Like what
I
the
guess I just
history
want to
of
get a
how?
sense of what led to creation of a 5 to 8 story recommendation versus higher, because, you know, obviously we already have an existing 14-story building. There's been other locations where higher heights had been discussed, but ultimately the recommendation for the district plans came to a 5 to 8 story approach. What was the thinking behind that?
Right, well, at the time of development for district plans, we were considering existing area redevelopment plans, right? So we would have had the Strathcona area redevelopment plan in effect. So we would have taken some of that into consideration. There are portions of these areas that were recommended for low rise throughout. Definitely some influence from Plan White, although Plan White mainly is managing heights on the south side. But it's outside of, so those types of influences would have guided, but also just generally the proximity to the primary corridor.
Councillor.
Yeah, and I get, because Plan White was a little different than most of our planning documents in that normally, you know, we put the highest height sort of right on the corridor, but a lot of Plan White had talked about actually, you know, 4 to 6, depending on where you were right on the corridor. And then, as you mentioned, as you got off the corridor, there'd be opportunities for greater heights in portions of this area. And I think if I rewind back to those conversations, it was done in part to try to maintain a bit of a different design feel on White Ave specifically, while recognizing that there can be a supplementary population on the other side, which is sort of the reverse of almost any other corridor area. Am I remembering those conversations right?
Yes, correct. And just for clarification, Councillor, high rises are permitted in primary corridors and where certain criteria are met. That being when it's along an arterial roadway or within 200 meters of an intersection of 2 arterial roads or a mass transit station. So just some clarification there on primary corridors.
Absolutely, thank you. The one other piece to just sort of rewinding back to the Plan White days is, if I'm reading the old map correctly, for some reason this area wasn't actually, so like the lot on either side, I think, of this area was included, but not this little corridor in between Heritage House and sort of, I think, the building right on 104th. Does that sound familiar? Am I looking at the right old map?
Yes, yeah, you are. I actually regret not including a visual for this, but that's exactly, there's kind of this little notch where it comes up and around this side in particular.
So I wouldn't, do we have any insight as to that specific piece? I was trying to get a sense of, is it because that it was a potential heritage site, and or what was the rationale for that sort of loop out there?
I don't have that insight, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's here today that worked on that would have that insight today.
Councillor Knack, we can ask the larger team and get back to you if you find something.
Okay, no, I wanted to get a sense of sort of that piece, but that's helpful context. I do want to ask, and I think Councillor Jansen is asking about setbacks. Can just come to the wind tunnel piece again. What would happen on any development, whether it's 4 stories, 6 stories, 8 stories? What's the work that happens at the development permit stage around wind tunneling? Because I think we do still have clear rules around not doing that.
Councillor, 20 meters is the threshold for requesting a wind study. So we have 2 thresholds, one being between 20 and 40, and then being above 40. So at development permit, this would be triggered if it falls within that 20
They would have
40.
to do a wind study on this, and those recommendations would have to be incorporated no matter what. So, I mean, that's part of what a development planner is going to look at.
Correct.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I don't suppose, does administration have an answer around the timeline for how long this particular site has been functioning as a surface parking lot?
We are trying to pinpoint that. So the school actually closed in 1973. From our records, we could see that a development permit for non-accessory parking was provided in 1999. So at least 24 years by our records, but it could be substantially longer when the school closed and another site was, or another use was brought into the building.
Okay, that's helpful. So quite a long time. Do we know if there have been any other attempts to use the parcel in a different way beyond a surface parking lot in those 20 plus years?
I don't know off the top of my head. Again, I can ask the larger team who has more history with the area.
Okay, yeah, just curious, because I mean, I'm hearing from some of the speakers questions around, you know, desire to see it for cultural use or like more arts use, park space. But then I'm also questioning, is there a reason we haven't seen those types of projects come forward to date, and is it a realistic expectation to see some of those advanced in today's context?
The city of Edmonton does not own the property, so to see it developed as a community use or a public use is not likely because we don't own it. But as you pointed out earlier, those community services uses and more public uses and cultural uses are included in the proposed zone. So if there's tenants and opportunities and those relationships align with the private property owner and the applicant and the plans they have for the site, it's all possible.
Okay, so it doesn't preclude more of those community-oriented uses by moving to a mixed-use zone. Great. I also wanted to ask, this is maybe a slightly larger question. I want to just ask about the relationship between, you know, adding new residential units and our ability to deliver public services. I know the question around public transit and other amenities came up as needing some work or lacking in this area before, like improving those things before adding more residential density. But can you just speak to the relationship between service delivery and having more density to maybe support those services?
We have the the Old Strathcona Public Realm Strategy, which was recently endorsed by council in the fall, and so it's a chicken and the egg, and we don't always get it right, but it always depends on resources that are available to respond to those needs. But for Strathcona in particular, we have a plan to deliver open space as the community grows, and that was the reason for the strategy, and that's what this strategy intends to deliver.
Okay, well, thank you so much for those answers. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So at this time, seeing no other speakers on the list, I'll ask for questions on new information that was presented. So this could be to administration, to the applicants and folks in favor, and also to those in opposition. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask the resident who, I'm sorry, I don't have the name correct here, but it was I think it was Guest McMillan who was talking about who went to Miami, who mentioned Miami, if that's a clue. But the question was about the Provincial Historic District, and I was looking to get a little more information about that.
Sorry, the question again?
The Provincial Historic District, what you were referring to there, because administration in the Historic District, am I confused here?
Right. So it's my understanding was that several years ago when I asked about it, there wasn't anyone really shepherding it from a provincial perspective. However, if we walk around the neighborhood, we see these brass plaques on the sidewalk that says, I think 2007 or 2009 Provincial Historic District. So was there something else that you wanted to?
No, I was wondering if it was particular to this site or if I just misheard there. I think maybe I'll ask guest Mark about the yeah, just hearing sort of the response about the setbacks for administration, does that assuage some of the concerns that you might have expressed around abutment? Or maybe I'll put that question to another guest about the distance between the buildings.
I can answer that question if you like.
Please.
No. Short answer is no. It's far too close. It's too big. It's too high, and it's the wrong project in the wrong place.
If it was if it was a smaller project, a 4-story project, would that be more to your liking?
Anything smaller would be certainly to our liking, but I will point out the company bought the property knowing what it was zoned for. They knew that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Given that no others are on the list, Councillor Jans, would you like to close public hearing then?
Sure. So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Can I get a motion to for first reading?
Yeah, I can move that. So I'll just double check if the ward councillor wants to jump in. If not, I can move first reading. I'll move first reading of item 3.14.
Second. Seconded by, moved by Councillor Knack, second by Councillor Stevenson. So the first reading is on the floor. Speaking to, please sign up. Otherwise we'll go closing. Okay, no, here we go. Councillor Stevenson, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly chime on. I appreciate my colleagues covered many of the questions that I had around this development. I appreciate you know, some of the reluctance and concerns that residents are raising about the development of this site. You know, it will be a change for a neighborhood that's very well beloved, and there will likely be some pain points, particularly during the construction process. For me, when I look at this site, it is an opportunity ripe for building on the strengths of the area by providing more housing, by providing more active streetscape in this already vibrant area. I think we're going to see things be even more exciting and most importantly, providing more opportunities for folks to live in this very desirable, well-connected neighborhood. So I'll be supporting this rezoning and encourage my colleagues to as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. I thank the residents for coming out to speak today and those who have shared their feedback. If I was a neighbor next door here, I'd definitely be worried as well too. Undoubtedly seen a lot of growing pains in the area, be it with additional traffic, be it with additional development, be it with just the generalized lack of attention to social disorder in Alberta that we've seen. There's definitely a lot of pressures in the area that many of us are feeling, and then compounded with the housing crisis and everything else. I do think, however, there's also, when I think about the places in Alberta that have the most potential, that's going to have the most excitement. I mean, I keep coming back to White Ave. I live on White Ave. I live west of this site now, but I used to live just north of the site previously. And I think about some of the moves we've made as council, investing in the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy, investing in the bus rapid transit plan that'll bring people down White Ave and help get more people onto buses faster to their destinations, like the hospital and the university and other prime destinations. I think about the farmers market, the old Strathcona farmers market. We could have had a conversation about demolishing that site and putting up a high-rise building there, but we didn't. We said no, we're committed to the market, and we renewed the lease with the idea of having more market more often. The idea that the market will be open a minimum of 5 days a week, at least part of the building, by July 2028. When we look at the investments in the public realm strategy, when we look at how we are providing more housing choices for more people in more places, when we look at how we're trying to help more people live car less or car light, having options to walk or wheel or bike or move, certainly you still will have access to parking, but you'll have more choices, and that's something that's been coming up here. So when I think about, I have to represent 23 different neighborhoods and almost 100,000 people, and almost resoundingly when I go out, people tell me, we need more housing choices, and you should be when there's conversations about infill, often people say, well, shouldn't you be starting with the parking lots first? Shouldn't you be started with the highest potential, least underutilized land? And this is an example. This is an example of this. I also want to say this could be a bit of a be careful what you wish for, because if this lot wasn't developed now, I could certainly see a scenario in future where someone came with a proposal for something much, much, much higher than 8 stories. In fact, when there's already a building next door with 14 stories, when there's other buildings in the area much, much higher, I think, in fact, if an 8-story wasn't contemplated here, I could see future councils looking at something significantly much higher than 8. So I think there's always a question about what's being proposed, and we don't have somebody looking to buy the site to do a museum or a different use here. We do have a builder here who wants to go forward and do some housing and commercial, which could include some other options that do bring vibrancy and vitality and add create more of a destination here. I think in a few years this is going to be even more like the area of 120th Street and 102nd Ave, which is quite an urban corner with a lot of different mixes, a pub, a patio, a bakery, a coffee shop, an ice cream shop, lots of things going on. And when I go by in the summer, it doesn't feel like I'm in Edmonton at all. It does feel like I'm in Barcelona or another city. So I'm going to listen to my colleagues and hear what they say, but certainly we're in a housing crisis. We need a lot more residential than we currently have. Thousands and thousands more units, and it's better always to for affordability, for the climate, for the city, for just fewer people driving and polluting. If we're able to help people live closer to where they work, where they play, where they shop, where they need to be, and we know that there's already very high desire to live in this area, and it's only going to grow more in future. Half of the city is under 40. Half of the city, and they're going to be looking for more places to live just like this. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues say, but I'm leaning towards supporting this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. So as I guess I do from time to time, I'm going to go back and you've come back with me to about 2015, 2016. When the Mezzo was being proposed on the other side of White Avenue. And I actually didn't support that one. And the reason at the time was not necessarily that I was against a larger scale development close to White Avenue. In fact, I think there was a lot of logic behind that. But I take one of our speakers today who talked about there wasn't a plan. And so I voted against that, and in part because I wanted to see a broader body of work. And so that kickstarted the work around things like plan lights, and then the city plan, and then most recently the district plans for the areas, which were created over many, many years. I mean, at this point, almost a decade of work has gone into the area about the future of this area. And we have a plan now that council approved that sets out around these corridors we would allow for development of this scale. And appreciate that even throughout the creation of that plan, that not everyone's going to agree that corridor should be the width that it is, and that those heights should be the heights that it is. But overall, we generally heard strong support for this type of idea, the ability to have more people in this area, and not just this area, in fact, corridors across the entire city. That includes corridors in the areas that I represent, like Stony Plain Road, which have a very similar design and proposed change in height. And you could name a number of spots across the city that are actually being proposed to develop like this over time. So I think this is a very reasonable development, and I'll share a few thoughts. And I appreciate that particularly those who live immediately adjacent to it in Heritage House might not feel that way, especially if they're ones facing that space. But I think when I look at what's there now and what I've heard about is that I hear about a site that is underused. It's a parking lot and it's an underused building. And I think, I think there's a lot of other great amenities around this space already. There's a lot of great arts buildings. There's a lot of great businesses. There's the libraries, there's schools. This is truly a spot where that 15-minute city concept is already there. And so now it comes to how do we get more people there? Because, even Strathcona, which this might surprise folks, but if you go back to 1976 census data, 1976, Strathcona had 9,340 people. In 2021, it's actually fewer. 2021, Strathcona has 8,795 people. So about 50 years ago, there were actually more people living in Strathcona than there are today. And I think that's a reminder that we've seen this. This isn't unique to Strathcona. It's almost every mature neighborhood has seen this hollowing out, this loss of people. And we are doing our part to try to make sure that we don't keep growing our boundaries further and further out. I sometimes, when I'm doing my virtual town halls, I point to this map behind me. I have a map from 2007 behind me. I don't know why I keep it anymore. That was the first year I ran. But, there was essentially nothing outside the Henday on this map. There were a handful of homes that had started in a few areas. And now we have grown so far out that we have spread ourselves so thin, and there are massive environmental impacts, financial impacts to how we've grown. And at the same time, all of the mature neighborhoods that are inside the Henday have seen that loss of people. We don't have enough people to sustain the amenities. I heard one of our speakers today talk about we need to support those amenities. We need to bring more amenities in there. One of the ways we do that is we have more people living in those spaces to support the need for to support those businesses to be able to operate, to be able to have more doctors and dentists and professional services choose to move into those areas because they have enough of a population base to sustain them. And so I think it's not, for me, this is not infill for the sake of infill. This is very much designed over the course of the last decade that we spent planning for this area, working with communities in this area, working with the business owners in this area to develop a plan that came to fruition recently and sets out how we will see this area develop in the long term. I think for me, when it comes to preserving heritage, while we don't, sort of single out developers, I will say this is the one developer that actually has a track record of delivering on preserving heritage while also making a community hub, unlike anyone else I've seen in the city. And so I think that's another important element to this. I can see this area becoming a massive community hub that increases the vibrancy and supports everything else around it. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
Councillor Tang, I'll move second reading of item 3.14.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. And that's carried.
Councillor Tang, consideration of third reading on item 3.14.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
And Councillor Tang will move third reading of Bylaw 20999.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We're a bit over time. Thank you for the indulgence. We'll break for now, and we'll come back at 3:48. Is that okay? Thanks. 3:48. We'll start with. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Stevenson is here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Councillor Rice.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. And now we're on to item 3.11, bylaw 21032 to allow for medium-scale housing in Windsor Park. We'll start with a presentation from administration.
Madam Chair, I don't need a presentation. I selected this just for questions, unless my colleagues do, just in the interest of time.
We also have a couple of speakers on this, including a member of the public. I think maybe just
In opposition?
No, in favor, but just for fairness and process, we'll just go with the presentation. Is that okay?
It would be up to the assembly if they want a presentation
okay.
on this. Yeah.
Presentation or no? Anybody want one? No? Okay. All right then. So then we'll start with the questions to those in favor. Councillor Jans, do you want to go ahead since you selected this? And by the way, sorry, maybe I'll just confirm, William Ng in person, maybe we'll invite you to. Sorry, Councillor Jans, your questions are for speakers, right?
They're for administration, actually.
Okay. All right, well, let's just go to administration then. Go ahead.
Thank you, and apologies for this. A couple of times I've seen similar proposals there where someone is asking for a larger zoning than would be feasibly possible on the lot, given our parameters. So I'm wondering why administration would be recommending something like RMH 16, and maybe like we've got the 3, 4, 5 bowls of porridge. Why are we jumping to a higher bowl of porridge than could be fit there for the 3 little bears, if that makes sense?
Councillor Jans, Claire here. So the site size, it's larger than a typical lot. Site size is around 750 square meters. The RMH 16 zone allows for larger site coverage, allows for higher heights. You could get increased unit counts. So, and that's all possible given this site size. So I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding your question, but it's feasible to build.
I thought, given the parameter of the lot, that you wouldn't be able to hit RMH 16. It's kind of similar to another zoning I'm trying not to talk about because it's an open one, but in another situation, I think there's others like this too, where like a zoning may allow for a certain built form that the lot size, because of setback or coverage or whatever, doesn't allow. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, are we zoning to the district plan, or are we zoning to what's feasible to construct on the site? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. And the answer is both. So again, I think a visual would probably help with this. Sorry, city clerks, if I could just ask for slide 4 of the presentation. So you could see the model on the left here. This is where they're maximizing, in a potential design scenario, maximizing the height and maximizing the floor area ratio. The only thing that would change here is setbacks would increase on some size. So this is entirely possible that the full height could be built on this site.
I thought I read somewhere in the submission that it wouldn't be. That it's likely it would be a smaller build. Am I misreading that?
It could be that they would want to maximize their setback, so take a reduced setback and therefore have a lower height. But that would all be up to the developer at the design stage. This is the flexibility of the zone and the interrelated nature of the regulations that we're talking about.
So as administration looks at the zone and the unique lot available, it's administration's position that either of those, the 16 or the 12, could be built on this particular site. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. The RMH 16, in our opinion, that's why we're recommending support. It meets the policy for additional scale in the urban mix area and is feasible. We don't see the site as a unique site. Might not be a perfect rectangle, but it's entirely feasible to build here.
Okay. Alrighty, that's.
We have a very similar example. If I could ask clerks to bring up slide 8 of the presentation. This is on the same block, just a little further east, corner site. Similar site conditions, it's just a little bit smaller. I think, how many square meters is that one? Anyway, very similar, so, and successfully developed under a similar zone.
Okay, I guess a flip would be if this is in the district plan along an area that should be upzoned, would administration say, you know, actually, this should you should probably wait until you have a few lots consolidated and go for something larger rather than doing a small scale unit?
No, it meets the criteria for additional scale. It's on an arterial roadway. It's on a corner lot. Part of the reason for those criteria is that it's surrounded by roadways on 3 sides. So when you have a corner lot, the impacts are to one abutting neighbor, as opposed to 2 if it were mid-block. Right? This is also on a service road that fronts onto an arterial roadway. So there's the roadway connections and capacity here also lend themselves to a development that is more intense.
So I guess this has been helpful to answer my questions. I'll defer to my colleagues, but thank you.
Great, thank you. And apologies to the other councillors on the speaker list. So I just want to emphasize that we have a speaker who is not the applicant, who is registered to speak in favor, not just to answer questions. I just want to make sure that as part of the due process, we should allow them to speak.
Yes, I realize this is a little bit out of order, but I think our best bet here is to just double back and give that opportunity for that person in favor to speak, and then we can go through the agenda as would be our normal course.
Great, and if that's okay with the Assembly, I would like to invite Jacob Dewan to speak. I think you have heard our spiel about speaking. You have 5 minutes to share your perspectives. Jacob?
Yeah, hi again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right, thanks for hearing me again. Again, I'm in favor of this proposal. I know generally I'd go before councillors, but now I don't think we can unring that bell. So like the other developments that have been proposed in Windsor Park, this is very, very close to the university. I spoke earlier about the university increasing enrollment. It's really, really close to transit. It's along an arterial road. It ticks all of the boxes that we talked about during district planning when we talked about, and I didn't get my way on some of the things that I wanted, but that's what was settled on. It ticks all of those boxes. So I think this is a should be surefire way to be approved. You know, I don't think we have to worry ourselves about wanting to wait until future lots are consolidated. That wasn't something that to have a bigger development. That wasn't something that I ever heard discussed during the district plans or anything else. I think part of the discussion for the past few years has been that we want more small scale development. We want more smaller developers. Like heck, the other day I was walking down the street and I saw one of the developer contacts for a 7-plex have a Yahoo email. Like that's the kind of small homegrown development that we want. I don't think it even had a yahoo.com. It was just yahoo dot. So who knows, maybe it was yahoo.co.uk, someone from London coming in. But that's the kind of thing that we say we want. So I think in this case, we should live up to what we say we want. Move forward with this small scale development. You know, I won't waste more of your time. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I have a feeling everyone wants to just move on. I urge you to please support this. Clearly 16 meters can be built on this lot. And if it's 15 meters, I don't think anyone around will be complaining either. That's, or even 14 meters. So even if it's less than 16, just let it be built, contribute to the housing supply, increase affordability, all of that good stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Jacob. Again, apologies for a bit out of order here. Does anybody have questions for Jacob? I'm seeing no. Councillor Stevenson, you're on the list for administration. So then we will continue that on. Thank you, Jacob, for waiting all day. We will carry on with questions to administration. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify just for myself, and I think I know what the answer is. On slide 1, it shows the site area extending out over the service road, but slide 2 actually shows it within the, I just want to make sure we're not cutting off the service road.
Right, no, those are just the rezoning lines.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I had more questions about this one than I thought I would, and I maybe just want to come back to some of our policies. So when we look at the district planning criteria to consider additional height, just wanted to confirm that again, it is a consideration. It still needs to be taken into context. It's not sort of a slam dunk that everyone that meets these 2 criteria would automatically, but it's looking at some of the other contextual elements as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's consider additional scale.
So there could be a context, I'm trying to think, but again, if this is sort of outside some of our primary growth areas, recognizing it's still very close to a growth hub, we might have come up with a different analysis. If it was, there are criteria that would potentially suggest that isn't the right place for additional height, but in this case, there were enough factors that pointed towards it being an appropriate one.
Right, proximity to the major node, I mean, it's right there.
Yeah.
Right? Access to Throat Road, again, right?
Right there.
Yeah.
And do we consider, so, you know, when I've thought in the past about some of these small lot developments at 16 meters, it's typically been, you know, where there's 2 mediums, you know, maybe it's in the old days, like a stranded RA7 lot, for example. So, you know, a single lot that's maybe between 2 mid-rise. So we created this form. I guess maybe that's a question I had just in terms of it being a single lot rather than a larger consolidated piece. I think Councillor Jans brought that up, but just wanted to understand that a bit more.
The applicant has not expressed any interest in purchasing the lot next door or making any larger consolidated lots. What they're proposing is feasible. If there were, you know, other design considerations that they need to take into account into their pro forma, that is definitely the applicant's risk, but this would give them more floor area for more units in an area where we think is compatible and have considered the policy.
Great, and I apologize if this was noted earlier. So again, you mentioned the increase in floor area that's available through this rezoning rather than RS. What is that quantity, sorry? And do we have a translation into how many units that could potentially be?
It is 2.3. I don't know that we have a translation into units. Potentially, I could defer to the applicant on that.
Okay, great. Sorry, 2.3 additional, like,
Sorry, there,
FAR.
yeah, so this is where floor area is introduced. RS doesn't have a floor area, it just has a minimum unit density, or a minimum site coverage, 45%.
Right. Yeah, maybe I will ask that of the applicant. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay, great. So seeing no other questions to administration, we will move to questions on new information to either the applicant, those in favor, opposition, or administration. Councillor Stevenson, you said you had some questions for the applicant?
Yeah, thank you. Just to the applicant, wanted to get a sense of, you know, how many units you could fit with the current RS zoning and how many you could potentially fit with the rezoning.
For the current zoning, we only allowed basically the rule is 75 square meter, 1 unit, and this is about 9 units. But if I are rezoning to RMH16, then I believe I don't have a limit for that one. We have one approved one. Just answer your previous question. It's 11419 University Avenue. It's even less than this one, and we put 52 units there. It's already approved for the dam permit.
Okay, sorry, how many units?
52, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, thank you. That's really helpful just in terms of understanding.
It's all studio. It's not a 1 bedroom.
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
small one for the students just go university. Like the 15 minutes, they can walk there.
Yeah. Okay, no, thank you. That's helpful just in terms of the, you know, the gain that can be had in terms of the number of housing units being provided. Thank you. Yeah. No further questions.
Okay, great. Since there's no other questions, can I get someone to close the public hearing then? Or would the ward councillor like to close the public hearing?
Sure. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Can I take a motion for the first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Wright. The motion is on the table. If you'd like to speak, please sign up now. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I will confess that this application initially gave me some pause. I think that some of the opportunities we've provided under the RS zone, you know, are fairly expansive. They provide an opportunity to provide more housing options within neighborhoods. I appreciate the conversation today and the analysis that administration has done to highlight that there is an additional opportunity here that, as we heard from the applicant, does provide you know, a significant increase in the number of units that can be provided. I was worried initially that, you know, sort of these lot-by-lot rezonings maybe don't have as big of an impact in terms of that housing diversity, and that being able to redevelop under the existing RS may be a better way to see that incremental change. But appreciate, you know, the considerations that led to the balance of a higher opportunity being permitted here through the rezoning. So happy to support it. Appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to close. Seeing that you're not, I will just ask you.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Can I take a second reading?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Consideration of third reading?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Final reading, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Jan, seconded by Councillor Wright for bylaw, for this bylaw. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much to all who participated. We'll move on to the final item, 312, bylaw 21017. And yeah, I will invite the administration to do a presentation.
And again, I'll say I don't necessarily need one in the interest of time, unless I think it's Jan Hardstaff is on.
You know what? I would like a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lila Peter. I am the Director of Development Approvals and Inspections. Today we are presenting proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw to modify the landscape security process to better support the planting and maintenance of required landscaping through the development process. This will support city objectives relating to tree planting and urban tree canopy, ecological connectivity, wildlife habitat quality, and improving climate resilience. Next slide, please. Landscaping securities are a common tool used by municipalities to ensure that minimum landscaping requirements are installed and maintained. Securities are provided to the city by the developer and returned when landscaping is installed and deemed to be healthy, incentivizing developers to complete the plantings in a timely manner. Within the scope of today's amendments are landscape securities and inspections for all non-residential development, multi-unit housing, and cluster housing in both developing and redeveloping areas. While small-scale residential developments are not part of the amendments proposed today, administration has been directed to develop a landscaping security program for these projects, and this work will be brought forward to committee for consideration in Q1 2026. Next slide, please. Amendments in 2017 changed the timing of security collection to after construction, which meant that the city would ask developers for securities after they had planted the landscaping and submitted a request to have it inspected. The collected amount was also reduced from 100% to 20% of the value of the soft landscaping features. This approach was taken in response to the findings of a landscaping securities audit report conducted in 2014 and based on industry feedback. Next slide, please. As highlighted on the screen, a number of unintended consequences have been observed since the 2017 changes. Namely, there's been a marked decline in the rate of security submission, a low rate of compliance with minimum landscaping requirements has been achieved on site. There has been challenges experienced when the property has been sold with the landscaping left incomplete, and this has transferred the responsibility onto new owners. This has resulted in more inspections and enforcement required and a projected shortfall in securities, limiting administration's ability to procure landscaping where incomplete. With a larger focus on enforcement required, the current program has become more costly to administer, yet has resulted in poorer landscaping outcomes. There are two changes being proposed to improve landscaping outcomes. The first is to require a landscaping security prior to the building permit being advanced, and the second change is a return to a collection of 100% of the minimum required soft landscaping costs. Together, these changes will mean that the landscaping security will once again act as a greater incentive to plant the landscaping in a correct and timely manner. By doing so, it is anticipated that there will be a reduction in additional inspections and in enforcement activity, thereby reducing costs to administer the program. The changes will also ensure that administration has the funds necessary to procure landscaping as required. Overall, the changes will enhance the effectiveness of the landscape security process, improve landscaping compliance outcomes, and most importantly, align with the city's climate resilience goals by enhancing local-level climate resilience through nature-based solutions. Next slide. In addition to process changes to encourage greater voluntary compliance, administration is also recommending changes that lessen the financial burden for developers to provide securities upfront and provide more predictability and transparency about how much security will be charged for any given site. These changes reflect feedback that was received from industry partners in 2023 and 2024. The first change is to set security amounts according to minimum landscaping requirements, rather than the full value of the proposed amount of plantings as indicated on the landscape plan. Developers will be able to calculate how much their securities will be by using the city's published cost rates when planning for their projects. It also means that developers who choose to create plans that exceed bylaw minimums will not be charged as security for the greater amount of plantings. The second change is the introduction of allowing development bonds as another method of security payment. This enables developers to use their capital and credit toward other components of the development rather than tying them up in security. Finally, there is a greater upfront release of securities on first inspection than what existed under the pre-17 system. Under the proposed system, 80% will be released on a first successful inspection, minimizing the amount of time that the security funds are held. Next slide, please. Administration is recommending that Bylaw 21017 be adopted. If adopted, the new landscape security process changes will come into effect on May 1st, 2025. Implementation will include setting up development bonds as a method of security payment, program improvements to simplify administrative processes, and communication with industry partners to create awareness of the changes. And we are here and pleased to respond to any questions you have.
Great, thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to invite a member of the public to speaking in favor. Jan Harstaff, are you online?
Yes, I am, and I have a presentation.
Okay, great. And as you are familiar with the public hearing process, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sohi. Park Ellen is pleased to support administration's report and the amendments that essentially return the landscape security process to the pre-2017 state. And we hope that this improves compliance above the current 19% level. However, these amendments, as was mentioned, are not applied to the 2.1 RS zone row housing or single or semi-detached housing. Next slide, please. On October 29th, next slide, please. On October 29th, 2024, there was another landscape security motion, 7.21, to report UPE 01925, and it was passed by Urban Committee, and the motion is presented there on the slide. Essentially, it is to prepare amendments to the zoning bylaw to expand landscape securities program and enable administration of landscape securities for small-scale residential developments. This would include row housing, single and semi-detached. A survey that was presented in June of 2024 at a public hearing indicated that the city found low compliance to be only 11% for low density infill. And this is an unintended consequence as well. We look forward to a timely report to provide regulatory incentives for compliance, but Q1 2026 is not timely. This allows non-compliance with landscaping to continue. Next slide, please. Unless the landscape securities process applied to all small-scale residential development, including row housing, single and semi-detached housing, there will continue to be no regulatory incentives for these housing types to comply with any of the landscaping regulations in the new zoning bylaw. That includes the new 30% soft landscaping area or to plant required minimum trees and shrubs. And just to say, the number of trees has been reduced 50 to 75% in the new zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So what we heard report on page 9 indicates that industry stakeholder feedback included this statement: perceived inequity with how large-scale development are required to provide landscape security and pass landscape inspections, while small-scale residential developments do not have the same scrutiny. Next slide, please. The What We Heard report also indicates administration has previously engaged city building industry stakeholders on landscape securities, once in 2023 and twice in 2024. It doesn't seem like more engagement is necessary. There was no mention of engagement with the city's urban forest assets management team, whose 2021 report indicated an additional 29,000 hectares of private tree canopy would need to be added to the then measured 4,900 hectares of private urban forest to meet the city's 20% tree canopy goal by 2071. Nor was there any mention of engagement with climate expert Dr. Agarwal, who spoke to Urban Planning Committee on October 29th, and whose research includes providing 20% tree canopy in every neighborhood would reduce surface urban heat island intensity by 30%, and providing 30% vegetation cover, or the new soft landscaping area could reduce urban heat island intensity by 40%. And he showed an alarming slide with red showing huge increases in surface urban heat island effect. Next slide, please. So this is an RS zone mid-block row housing built in the last year. It provides only 12% of the 30% soft landscaping area. That's because 18% of the soft landscaping area at the rear of the site is covered in parking. This does not support the Climate Resilience Planning and Development Action Plan for resilient landscaping. This increases development impervious and land surface temperatures that lead to increased climate impacts, including increased stormwater runoff and surface urban heat island effect intensity. Next slide, please. So I'm here today to urge Council to consider the following subsequent motion to item 3.12, that the due date for the October 29th, 2024 UPE 01925 motion 7.21 report to expand the landscape securities program and enable the administration of landscape securities to all small-scale residential developments be provided together with the one-year zoning bylaw review and one-year analysis of landscaping regulations, which are scheduled for June 3rd, 2025 public hearing. This is very important, and I hope that you will consider it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time,
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, perfect. I was going to ask if anybody has any questions for Ms. Harstaff. Can I see the list? Oh, still Councillor Wright.
My questions are referred now.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Jan, for your always very thoughtful presentation. At this time, the question to administration, Councillor Wright.
Hi. I just wanted to understand maybe a bit more about the security position of the bond. So, excuse me. So, if the lender for a letter of credit wanted to take the property as security, it would be registered on title. Is the same thing done for a bond?
My understanding with the bond process is that it's more like a piece of insurance. And maybe I don't know if my legal colleagues can weigh in on this, but ultimately it's not about, there has to be a release of the bond. And I understand that we would have a say in that release of the bond. And it's a process that we use for much larger sums of money with my colleagues in the subdivision world. And it's been proven to be quite effective with minimal risk to the city.
Okay, because my concern was sort of arising from if they did sell the land sort of or did sell the whatever development it is partway through, how is the new owner, how is that going to be flagged for the new owner?
I'm just going to see if my legal colleagues can weigh in on this. If the bond can be passed, we would hold on to the bond.
We've got a legal colleague coming down the pipe
we
here?
do.
Okay. Can I get a few more seconds back on the clock, too?
Leela Ramaswamy, Legal Services. I just conferred with my colleague, Ms. Inkpen, and because this is an agreement between the city and the insurance company, these do not go on title.
Okay, so because the agreement's with the city, then, how do we ensure that a new owner would be aware that this requirement has to be met? Because I think in the report, too, it talks about where, you know, transfer of ownership has resulted in none of this landscaping being done.
I think typically, and I'm making some educated guesses here, Councillor, not having dove really deeply into the securities
Real estate law?
process. But I think that would sort of be in contract between the purchaser and the seller of that property, right? The person who's selling that property has an insurance policy that they've taken out between the bank and they have a contract with the city. It would be in their best interest to replace that or to deal with that with their future purchaser. Otherwise, they're on the ones on the hook for this. Right?
They would remain on the hook then with the bond.
That contract sticks with the parties and not with the land.
Okay, and in the case of a bankruptcy, how are the creditors listed out then?
I would have to come back to you on a specific question like how a bankruptcy would happen, but my understanding that this is an insurance policy, and so the contract, like the surety or the company that's providing assurances would pay that out to the city and they would deal with the bankrupt themselves is my understanding of how that would work.
Okay, and since I have a couple minutes left, I also want to ask about, so the bond would be for the basic costs at this time or the planned costs that?
We'll only be collecting on the minimum required landscaping. And so that would be how the bond would be drawn up to provide for that minimum landscaping. There's also some additional maintenance fees that we do charge. We charge those now. And so that would also be included in the bond.
Okay, so in the end, if they don't, I know it says in here somewhere in the report that we would then put in that basic landscaping and bill the company for it. What if do inflation costs go up?
So we currently have a entire process where we do this using the letter of credit, and what we end up doing is we do sometimes put less landscaping on the site than what is required. It does depend on how much inflationary pressures have occurred, but we do our best to meet the minimum requirements. It might be a smaller tree, it might not be as nice of a tree, like certain trees are more expensive, but we do our best. And we try and use up that full amount. We would use up the full amount of the bond to get the landscaping on site.
Okay, and do we have reserves available? I think there is an urban planning, a tree reserve or something.
We don't use other funding to do this work. Apart from the administrative portion, the salaries of our staff, but we don't use any other funds to top up that landscaping on site.
Okay, and this process will reduce the administrative pressure on staff, right?
Yes, we're hoping that what it means is that they're inspecting and getting the money back rather than doing enforcement orders and working on the enforcement side. We're hoping they're just inspecting, getting the work done, and getting it out, getting the file off our books.
Okay, my time is up. I'll leave the rest of the questions to my colleagues. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to go to guest Hardstaff's point about. So I recall that we passed the motion. We clearly signaled and intended that we want landscape deposits available for small scale residential developments. I guess I'm wondering.
Sorry, Councillor Jans. Sorry, is your question to the speaker or to administration?
No, to administration.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, in response to guest Hardstaff's suggested subsequent motion, why can't we move forward on this sooner? This seems like something we want is required. It's already required for them to do.
I very much agree that we know our direction and we're really excited to take on this work. However, it is a different set of scenarios. We have a huge number of sites that we're talking about versus a smaller volume with large amounts of planting. We're talking about a large volume of sites with small plantings. So we are going to be undertaking engagement, and it's largely to figure out how we can administer this in an efficient and effective way.
and to achieve those outcomes. And so that's where the focus of a lot of our engagement will lie. So we do have the engagement planned for Q2. We're doing some workshops right now.
I guess what I'm wondering about though is that like this is already required. Like it is already clear what is expected. I don't understand why we need to engage. Like they are already expected. Like any one of them could be subject to a 311 complaint and a fine right now, right?
Correct.
Councillor, it's Travis here. Just in terms of what Lila was saying around the sheer volume of what this low-scale residential landscaping security entails, the engagement is around creating a policy and a process, and more of the process to allow that efficient and effective collection and enforcement of that security, so it doesn't become a large either administrative burden on our end or slows down building on their end. So that is what the engagement is on. It's not about whether or not it's required. That direction is provided, and we can't bring that online for this year, and especially that zoning bylaw one-year renewal discussion in June. So that is why we have a targeted implementation for the 2026 construction season.
So to paraphrase, the problem is with the designing of the program for the security deposit, so to speak.
Correct.
So I guess going back to acknowledging though, we still have, how are we going to close the gap with compliance with non-compliant RS zone landscaping?
So we still have the ability to do enforcement. It is right now on a complaint basis, and we would, if we do receive complaints, we can put them into the queue and prioritize. Right now, our efforts really are on building this program so that going forward, we are closing, that we have the landscaping delivered, and there may be a gap and there may be a past history of non-delivery, but we can enforce if we receive those complaints.
Okay, yeah. I still think this is, well, I think it's really good work. I think this is really important work, and I'm glad to see the bylaw here today. Happy to support. But I wonder if there's some conversation about how we can accelerate the small scale residential piece here. So I'd like to follow up further about that, but I see Councillor Wright's on the board too.
Okay, great, thank you. And Councillor Wright, are you to administration or, okay, then, yeah, I'll take a second round motion.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Rutherford.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, there is in the what we heard report, it talks about administration will collect further data in the coming years to review the outcomes of the landscape security. Is there anything regularly scheduled to review these things, or?
Well, we did undertake the data research to bring forward this amendment.
Okay, but to review the bylaw to see how things are going?
We will undertake the review, and when we have enough data, so typically it takes a couple of years, because from the time you get your development permit to the time the landscaping goes in, there is a number of years. Right. So, and then if there is a delay in the plantings, that extends it further. So there is a bit of a delay, which is why when the changes came in 2017, it was only in 2024 that we were able to really bring forward a robust set of analysis to bring forward recommendations.
Okay, wow, that's a long period of time. And will some of that then, like, will you wait until you get that data before you look at doing something similar for like single family homes and infills?
We're bringing forward amendments in the coming year to create a security program for small scale residential, and then we will track and monitor how that security program is being received and how effective it is. And again, we would adjust if necessary and when the data is there. Okay,
so you're not delaying the single family till after this is worked out. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess at this time, questions to new information? Yes? Okay. And seeing no one's on the board, I'll take a closing of public hearing.
I will move closure of public hearing for bylaw 21017.
Thank you. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'll take a first reading, please.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 21017.
Second.
And second by Councillor Stevenson. Motion for first readings on the floor. Speaking to, please sign up. If not, Councillor Wright, would you like? Councillor Wright, would you like to close?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work I think to help improve our overall, the beautification of our, of some of these multi-unit projects that are going in, and to make sure that the developers and builders are adhering to what we need. Thank you for identifying this as being a problem, and I look forward in the next couple of years to seeing how much this does improve things. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Jans, are you there? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 21017.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Rice, second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of bylaw 21017.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Wright, second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
And I will move third and final reading of bylaw 21017.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Wright and second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for final reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I believe we have dealt with all the bylaws. So we're just going to go to notice of motion and motions without customary notice. Is there any?
I have one.
Please go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Just confirming with the clerk this is in order, but I would like to move notice of motion for the June 3rd, 2025 Urban Planning Committee that administration undertake an analysis of the design of rural housing permitted in the RS zone, and as part of the one-year review of the zoning bylaw, recommend future work to improve design outcomes.
And just to clarify, is that your due date, or is that you're going to table that at June?
Pardon me, that would be the due date. That would be the due date, pardon me.
So you're tabling this at the next Urban Planning Committee meeting?
My hope would be it's a notice of motion for debate at the next opportunity, and then the report would come back to the June 3rd, 2025 Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, your options would be, we can look at some of the dates, but it has to be at least 5 days, so it's not council tomorrow. It would be after that. Would you like to make the motion at Urban Planning Committee or at council?
Let's go Urban Planning Committee then.
Okay. Okay,
at the
great.
next regular Urban Planning then. Okay.
Great, thank you very
please.
much. And no other notice of motion or motions without customary notice. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.